Welcome back to Curse, Code, and Crown, a live play Dungeons & Dragons 5th edition podcast featuring a fully original world and campaign. I am the wizard Cronox, observer of time. Curse, Code, and Crown features our regular voiceover artists and improvisers, Laura Elizabeth as Princess Gwendolyn, Tyler Hewitt as Makka Deathcap, and Ryan LaPlante as Duncan Danno, alongside our dungeon master, the incredible Tom McGee. So get ready for an adventure including thrills, chills, and hope for a brighter tomorrow. It's time for Curse, Code, and Crown!
So as you'll recall, our story began at the end, when things seemed most hopeless, most lost, and they didn't get much better from there. After arriving in Orville as part of a diplomatic delegation on a vital mission to stop the curse that was afflicting his people, Makka quickly found himself a stranger in a strange land, observing the odd rituals of humans, creatures he had never truly encountered, but who seemed to be big in pomp and circumstance and light in understanding of what was going on. It was also a big day for Princess Gwendolyn, as she was tasked with taking care of her brother Nikos during said diplomatic dinner, and ended the day with a sword through her chest falling from the sky. Meanwhile, having long abandoned his dreams and ideals, the downtrodden Duncan Danno went from bar fight to mysterious invader fight in the span of hours as he desperately tried to save his old ward Gwendolyn, only to find himself also plummeting from the sky, having failed in his mission to protect her. That said, upon a rather rough landing, the princess found herself trapped inside the famed Amalekin Solaris's fabled suit of armor, and seemingly alive within it, thus sparking yet again hope in poor Duncan's chest and signaling to Makka that perhaps his god was working in more mysterious ways than he'd first intended. The party managed to fight off some scavengers in Garbage Town, a massive heap of refuse that had seemingly fallen from Orville, as Orville itself floated away into the sky, and eventually managed to hop a fence and find themselves in a small rundown cottage that had been reclaimed by nature. They debated a bit about the existential nature of Gwendolyn's new state, only to be interrupted during a story of Ballbud, the classic dog adventure, by another dog, a small Yorkie named Gus. I'm just so excited we're all in a prophecy together. Wow, I honestly, truth be told, I didn't think this was going to happen. So I'm pretty excited, the small Yorkie says, as he kind of like does that little like dog excitement dance where it kind of like leaps back and forth a little bit. When his mouth moves, it's not like fully articulating human speech, because that would be real creepy and uncanny valley-y. He's yapping the way a dog yaps, but you can all understand him clear as day. Mocha, you are hearing him in the language of the turtles. So to
Aquan?
Yeah, so to him, to you, it's more like, "Oh, this is thrilling. I never expected to be here. This is great." But to Gwendolyn and Duncan, you're hearing him in common. So the dog kind of like leaps back and forth expectantly, and kind of looks between Duncan and Makka, not fully understanding the suit of armor situation. Did you drop your suit? Your suit's right there. It's half buried in dirt. Should I bury it? I bury lots of things. I'm very good at it.
Okay, I just wanted to be clear. Like, you heard us say prophecy, but you don't actually know any more about than the rest. And I look over to Mark and I'm like, normally I'd be worried about a talking dog, but we just had a dead person wake up in the armor, so I don't really know the terms anymore.
Oh, well, you're talking about the Solaris prophecy, right? The one about Amalekin Solaris?
Yes.
Oh boy! And he like jumps around in a circle. He's like, "Oh, I was really worried you were talking about some lesser prophecy I hadn't heard of." Whew, that is great news for me. Wow, that would have been a real shitty turn for my day, I tell you. Wow.
Right, why don't we both share what we know about the prophecy? You go first, and I'll go second, and we'll make sure that we understand the same things.
Okay, well, first and foremost, my name is Gus. It is nice to meet you. I am aware I look like a dog. It was the form that my former mistress chose for me. She was quite fond of these little critters, and I gotta tell you, coming from the ethereal plane, real nice to just have a body at all, let alone one that's so fun. And he like rolls over and like kicks his legs in the air and then rolls back up. And he says, I've been waiting for a long time. My mistress and I were waiting for a long time, and her ancestors before her, all of us have been waiting a long time for I guess, for you. To come along. You're not quite what I expected. I thought there might be, like a Malakin Solaris herself, maybe, I don't know, or at least like a prince or a princess, or any ruler variation therein. Are either of you royalty?
I just kind of like a hand comes up. I'm still face down.
Whoa! Is there someone in that armor?
I am the armor.
Oh, your soul got bound to an item. Oh, that happened to my friend Sarah. Oh, she was so mad about it.
Why is the dog laughing at me?
Oh, I'm sorry. Look, it's a terrible thing. I got really lucky because I got this cool dog body, and you got like some weird dented human metal. But if it makes you feel any better, Sarah got bound to a toilet brush, and man, she was mad.
Okay, I think we're actually laughing at the toilet person more than we are laughing at you, Your
Oh,
Highness.
100%. There's nothing funny about being trapped in an item you don't want to be in, unless it's an item that goes in the toilet repeatedly, in which case it's pretty good. Anyway, she got free and wreaked some terrible devastation on the people who trapped her there. Anyway, I get it. I'm a bound spirit myself.
All right, well, whoever you are, and I just kind of like...
Gus, the Yorkie!
I sit up. It's like... Can we at least try to retain some sense of decorum around here? I am a freaking princess.
Oh, okay. The armor is the princess. Great. All right. Your Majesty. And he just like does like a dog stretch that could,
it's your
I guess,
Royal
be
Highness.
I mean, listen, I'm an ethereal creature from a different plane. We don't really respect your rules of law down here, but sure, Your Royal Highness. And he rolls his eyes at Makka.
Makka will...
Makka, rather.
Yeah, now I'm saying it. Jesus, that didn't take long.
As I drink my tiny coffee.
Yeah. Talking about decorum and things like that, Makka will do his best. So he'll drop to one knee and place a hand over his chest and say, Hello, Gus the Yorkie. I am Makka Deathcap, gravekeeper of the Tortle. And is this your home? And I gesture to the cottage.
In a manner of sort, yeah. I was summoned here by my mistress, my dearly departed mistress, Agatha Drusalla. She was a witch, as you can imagine, from me being, a super cool familiar and all that. But Agatha summoned me here from the ethereal plane to kind of help her out in her day-to-day witchings, and in preparing for the eventual coming of those foretold of in the ramblings.
What's a rambling?
Oh, okay. Well, but I'm sorry. I think I was confused because you seem to know about the prophecy. They're called the Ramblings of Ravan, and they are a series of ancient sort of mystical prophecies about what might happen to the world after a Malakin Solaris died, which is, I guess, something you lot do. I said you're a gravekeeper, right? So I guess that's a thing living people do, right?
Yes.
Sorry, it's very confusing for me. I only hang out with witches, so there's a lot of gray area there. Anyway, I was summoned to help Agatha. This was her cottage. It had been in her family for generations because part of the rambling said that the people on the path would arrive where the wall is lowest. So Agatha's great grand whatever built this tiny cottage just in case anyone came stumbling by. And lo and behold, here you are. Your timing is not great, but I'm glad you're here.
This is where the wall is lowest.
Oh yeah, the wall around Garbage Town, not around the whole area. That thing's a whole separate issue. With all the pow, explode. Ah.
All right, you mentioned that there was a way that someone got themselves freed from an item. Like, let's say we're in a situation where someone who's supposed to be incredibly important and noble in saving a kingdom isn't the one who got put in the armor, but just like someone who's really sure everyone needs to bow to them. Can we trade who's in there?
No, not as such. So the deal is, as a spirit, I was summoned from the ether realms, and made flesh in this adorable dog body. Sarah was summoned by a bit of a prankster wizard who was exploring what he could do with binding spells. So he summoned her, a fellow spirit of mine, into the toilet brush. Eventually, she used her mystical powers to get out and basically painted the walls with him. But no, if you're a mortal trapped in this, that means there's some other magic at work here that is really far beyond me, because this doesn't normally happen. Normally, if you die, you're just kind of gone, right?
As far as I know.
Generally speaking, yes.
Yeah,
Is that how it works with turtles?
No, you are returned to the earth and the trees and the animals, and you are never truly gone.
No, but like your body doesn't like come back. Like you're just gone. You go in a hole. Everyone knows your spirit's around or whatever.
Oh, yes.
Okay, good. I'm going to accept that as turtles can die.
Oh, yes, everything can die. Everything must die.
And I mean, things can come back. There's that whole unpleasantness that Agatha told me all about with the Necrotus and his armies and then that whole affair. But that was a little bit before your time, I think. That was back in the times the Ramblings spoke of, in the time of the Solaris and the Dawnbreakers.
Yeah, I was going to say, and at this point, Duncan's eyes kind of light up, and he's like, do you happen to have a copy of any of the Ramblings, or do you know any of them that you could say aloud?
Oh, no. I'm afraid I actually don't know any of them. Agatha kind of talked at me a lot, and as a familiar, your job is to nod very intelligently, but honestly, truth be told, I was having conversations with people back home. But she'd be happy to tell you about them, actually. That was kind of her whole purpose. It was to help guide you on the way. The Ramblings aren't too specific, as you can imagine, by the name of Ramblings, but they do offer some suggestions of maybe what's going on here. And I mean, you know, if she's trapped in armor, that's pretty special. What is the deal with that armor? It looks real. I mean, no offense, but it looks real rough.
That
rough. I'm a
is
dog.
the armor of a Malakin Solaris.
And the dog's eyes just go wide, and his jaw drops, and he's like, "Well, bark me! That's amazing!" Oh, well, no wonder, of course. Okay, yeah, you guys are totally who the prophecy's about. Oh, this is dope. Okay, wow. They were a little vague about whether it'd be Mala herself, but I mean, this is pretty close. You're wearing her clothes and stuff. That's awesome.
All right, you said you could take us to Agatha. She'd want to talk about all this?
Well, look, I can, yeah. So about that, Agatha's dead. The townsfolk came for her a little while ago, a few months back. Turns out, not a huge fan of having a witch living nearby. But Agatha winked at me as she was dragged out the door, and she said, "Don't worry, a crypt is as good a place to wait as any." So here's the thing, and he kind of like gestures to you in that like dog way, and just like kind of trots out the door.
Okay, I'm gonna follow him and the dog walk away.
I will too.
Great.
And I kind of throw up my hands, look at them, kind of put them down, like my head goes down, and I kind of trudge after them.
You Charlie Brown after them in armor?
100%. I'm just like, what the hell?
Yep.
This is my life now, apparently.
So you're led around the side of the cottage, and you can see that there is a post set up with a scarecrow. And the scarecrow is wearing what would have been probably 200 years ago very nice robes, but now are kind of like a real ratty hand-me-down. And it's just kind of slumped in classic scarecrowy fashion on this little kind of sort of T of wood that's been stuffed in the ground. And you notice though as you get closer, I think particularly Makka, you can actually see sort of glimmering lines that have been painted on it. And to the average eye, people likely wouldn't see them. But since you're attuned to kind of magic, you can definitely feel that this thing is just reeks of magic.
Is it druidic?
It is not, but I think it's less that you recognize what the spell might be, and more so just you recognize that something is very kind of mystically inclined. That said, it shares. You can tell that it shares some DNA with druidic spells, and it definitely seems to be in some way related to cycles, as you understand them.
Okay, that's reassuring then for Makka to see that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
cool. So Gus kind of looks at it and looks back at you and he says, "Ta-da! Agatha made herself a new body. She's got it all magicked up. All she needs are a couple pieces of herself, and she'll be good to go, ish." And he just kind of hops up on the bales of hay next to it and nudges the side of the head, and you can see that there's a flap with some twine sewn through it that's very loose. It seems like if you just pulled the twine and then tied it off, it would be nice and secure. He's like, yeah, so her skull goes in here, and then he rushes down to her hands, and the hands are clearly open like gloves, and he's like, and her hands need to go in here so that she can write stuff. But that's she said that's all she'd need. So here's the thing. Again, she really wants to talk to you guys. I know that. She was talking about it all the time. But she's dead, and I don't know where she is. The townsfolk took her. They said they were taking her to what they call the swinging tree, which isn't great. Not a great thing for this town.
Charming.
And then they put her body somewhere. So you kind of have to go talk to them, I think, if you want to know where she's at. But if you can figure that out, you could probably just if you can, again, get her skull, one hand at worst, two hands at best, bring it back, and we'll get her up and walking in no time.
All right, looks like we've got a weird job to do.
All right, so if I want to get back my body, then I have to keep bits of my body around.
Ooh, no, champ. I don't think that's quite how it works. You see, she's a witch, so she figured out ways to kind of horcrux up this here scarecrow, so that it would be ready to kind of receive her body. There's no going back to her body. Her body is done and dusted. This is the new body. It's the new hotness.
All right. So if I wanted to get into a new body,
well, I think this is your new
do
body.
that?
No, I don't think it's like a shell game where you just jump souls from place to place. I think you were in, because your soul was in a body before, right? You're not like a spooky ghost.
No.
Okay, so if your soul's in a body and that body's like, oh no, I'm dead, and now your soul's in this thing, this armor thing, I think you just live in Amala's clothes now. I think that's the new deal. But then again, what do I know? I'm just a familiar in dog form, so woof woof, am I right?
How far have we gone from the cottage?
It's literally just around back.
Okay.
It's very, very close.
It doesn't feel right to have walked away from her corpse.
No.
In the yard.
It's literally so the front of the cottage, the roof had caved in a bit, was open, the door was missing. This is literally you're just around back. There's a window you can see into the cottage. It was clearly kept very close, but far enough away that when the villagers came for her, they wouldn't see the magic scarecrow and burn it, because that would really put a hitch in the whole resurrection scheme.
Makka will look to Gwendolyn and ask,
is there anything you would like done with your body? I can perhaps preserve it for you.
Can you preserve it and we can take it with us? I mean, I've got a whole lot of emptiness inside, just waiting to be filled with something.
Can you actually take yourself in half to put a body in there? What, do you split it at the waist or something?
I mean, people wear armor. I'm just a suit of armor.
Laura, as you say that, you look down to your arms and realize that there's actually technically nothing attaching your gauntlets to your hands or your fingers or anything else. And as you kind of stretch your arms out and look, the joints are there, but somehow you're held together, but it's not like there's a chainmail suit under it. It's disparate pieces of armor that somehow move with you but aren't.
I put my finger into one of the joints in my opposite arm.
You feel nothing. You have no sensation because you're made of metal now.
And can my finger go through?
Yeah, your finger goes through.
So you should be able to put something inside.
All right, you try and take your hand off, but it won't come off. So you do like the lifting from the wrist business.
Oh, bloody hell. Well, do what you preserve it, whatever you can.
I can promise you 10 days. Nothing more.
All right, better, I don't know, fucking find a use for this body, get me another body, something, fuck, I don't know.
I'll turn down to little Gus and say,
Master Gus of the Forest Cottage, will you watch over the remains of Princess Gwendolyn?
I lost your audio there, Tyler. Can you repeat?
yep.
Master Gus, will you look over the remains of Princess Gwendolyn?
Oh, yeah, definitely. I mean, I've been watching this dumb scarecrow for a while, so it'll be nice to watch something else. But yeah, I'll keep everyone away. That actually works out, because the townsfolk, when they figured out there was a witch, put just like a big ring of sand around, or of salt around the whole place. And that, honestly, doesn't agree with my ethereal temperament at all. So that's great. So I'll hang out here. I will take care of Princess Dead, and as well as the cool scarecrow. And then he goes and like drags the blanket off the bed and like drags it over the body. And he's like, ta-da!
I'll walk over to Gwendolyn's body and cast Gentle Repose.
Ooh, what does that do?
It magically preserves a corpse. It lasts 10 days. Let me just bring up the exact text here. You touch a corpse or other remains. For the duration, the target is protected from decay and can't become undead. The spell also effectively extends the time limit on raising the target from the dead, since days spent under the influence of the spell don't count against the time limit of spells such as Raise Dead.
That is very, very cool.
Duration is 10 days.
Yes, there's still a chance.
And so this manifests itself. I'll scoop up her body in my arms, walk into the cabin, lay her on the bed, place the blanket over her, and the mushrooms that are kind of sprouting up out of my shoulders and from my shell just kind of quiver gently, and spores just kind of all flow down and coat her body and preserve her in that way.
Very cool. Very, very cool. Great. Duncan, you're observing all of this. This is all pretty far beyond your comfort zone. How are you feeling?
Duncan is unsubtly livid. And I think just standing by the door, holding it in barely. And I think he will wait for them to be able to leave so he can talk to the princess outside of the earshot of Gus, because he doesn't know who Gus knows. But he is very displeased that the new obsession is, let's get me my body back.
Fair enough. Okay, so once that has all been done, Gus kind of takes you to a little path that starts just like a safe distance away from the cottage. You can tell there's a sort of a footpath that's been worn in, but the official path doesn't lead off this way at all. Clearly, the witch was trying to kind of keep her place on the DL. So he tells you that the town nearby is the town of Stone's Throw, because it's seemingly a stone's throw away from wherever anything happens. He tells you that you'll have to ask the townsfolk there. He highly, highly, highly recommends not bringing him up, because he is regarded as a demon at best, and worst things at worst. So
when you start a demon, it's all downhill.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of been his experience too, hence the hiding near the cottage in the bushes to see if you guys were cool or not.
Fair.
He says it's probably about a few hours walk from here to Stone's Throw. And with that, he wags his little tail, and he says, I'm so excited we're all in this together. This is great. What an exciting time to get to be a part of in your little mortal realm. We often get summoned to help brew potions and shit like that, and I gotta tell you, it's not super fun. But being part of a prophecy, that's worth it. All right, you guys have fun. Good luck. Go find my friend's corpse. Bye.
Thank you for your assistance, brave Gus.
Oh, brave. That's very nice.
Glad someone's excited about this stupid prophecy.
And off he trots back up the way.
Yeah, Duncan's just full grinding teeth now.
And Makka will stride off in the direction indicated by Gus to head to Stone's Throw.
Great.
And Duncan will round on Gwendolyn and just say, I was waiting until we could have a moment alone to have this conversation, but I want to be clear. There's an army that's invaded your land, that has attacked your family and your citizens, that's stolen everything. You've been put into the armor of Amala, Kin Solaris. You carry the Dawn Blade, the blade of the first captain, and your obsession right now is getting back into your own body. You've not expressed a word of care for your family or for your kingdom. You don't know why Makka is here. What are you doing?
Well, I just wanted things to go back to the way they were.
Well, your brother stabbed you and you're trapped inside a suit of armor. Destiny has moved beyond what they were.
Can you please not yell at me? It's been a hard day.
Great, can you please rule your fucking kingdom? I can get you back on the throne and I can rebuild the goddamn Dawnbreakers, but only if you are the person that we can rally around. If you're gonna sit here and cry and because things are bad, this is why they raise you to rule. This is literally the only time you have to do a job. When things are well, sit on a throne, have a party, make everyone wear terrible costumes. You've done it your whole life. This is the day that what you do matters.
But everything's just always been shit. What's now it's just gotten worse.
Here's the interesting thing, Your Highness. If things are shite in a kingdom, it's because the person running it has made them shite. You own the decisions, you own the kingdom. What kind of kingdom will Orville be if you decide to go back there? That's up to you to know. And then Duncan is going to turn and follow after Makka.
Cool. We'll also say that the conversation with Gus took, and like the rest of the rituals and stuff, probably took the better part of the night. So you've had some rest. You were able to catch some Z's.
Appreciate.
Yeah. So consider it a long rest. And as you guys will know, because you're on the other show, but for those of you who are joining us for the first time, we tend to be pretty skimpy with our short rests and long rests. So think of them less as like things you can just declare, and more so as things I'll let you know whether or not you can take. Also, the good news on said long rest and kind of recovering from your ordeal is you're all now level 3. I know normally you level up chronologically from 1 to 2 to 3, but level 2 really sucks. There's really nothing. There's nothing to be done about that. It's not fun and it's not interesting for anyone. So level 2 was you guys waking up in the dumpster. Level 3 is today. So congratulations and welcome to level 3. As we walk, it might be a good time to just clarify on air what class everyone's playing. Now that we're kind of into it, we can talk about this. Largely because we are playing with some interesting, slightly irregular rules that I'd like to call some attention to now. And you'll hear about them more in the credits if you're looking to try them out yourselves. But Ryan, why don't you tell us about what you're playing? You don't need to like go through your like spells and skills and everything, but since it's homebrew class, I think it's probably worth drawing attention to.
Yeah. So we're playing with a homebrew that Tom found online that really matched what we wanted to do with this one. So it's called a swashbuckler. And I would describe it as like a midpoint between kind of like a rogue and a fighter. So it's a charisma and dex-based duelist and fighter who specializes in sort of like charm. Braggadocio is literally, I think, one of the ability names. Like it's very kind of in the lands of pirates and bullfighters and musketeers and all of that kind of stuff. That's the world that swashbucklers live in.
And the interesting piece about this particular homebrew variant is swashing points, which essentially work similar to key points for a monk that allow the swashbuckler to take maneuvers that wouldn't otherwise be active. So if you hear swashing points, a truly ridiculous term that sadly sums up what they are too well to not use, that is what that is. And if you're interested in trying this out for yourself, it is on D&D Wiki. .com. If you search swashbuckler swashing points, you'll be able to find it just fine. Unfortunately, the creator's name is not listed, so thank you, anonymous patron. You're a hero, and we love you. Laura, you are also playing an interesting variant on a class. Tell us what your class is called.
Yeah, I'm playing a bound spirit.
That's so cool.
Yeah, so basically, I have really it can be kind of like any being that whose soul has been bound to a type of object. Some can be bound to like animals, I think, and then other stuff like that, but this is more for like inanimate objects. So suit of armor is what I'm bound to, and it's kind of cool because I also have like I get essence points as enduring combat and stuff like that, which is kind of cool. I've never like dealt with anything like that before, where I can basically tap into the willpower within my soul to get some cool extra advantages.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Nice.
And so that is from Cursed Classes, which is a PDF you can get on the DM's Guild. It's a fantastic book. It's also got rules for vampires and werewolves and revenants that go above and beyond just like bump your stats by 1, or I guess you're a wolf some days. So really, really interesting stuff. Really recommend it.
It's got like liches, like plant people.
Yeah, they basically
all
took
kind of cool
all
stuff.
the kind of cool monsters you encounter as enemies and took the development of them one step further so that they'd be rich characters to play over a campaign rather than just in a day. The authors on that are Isaac Bay, Alex Klippinger, Brian Holmes, Ryan Langer, Jacob S. Kellogg, Ashley May, and Matthew Whitby. And again, you can find that on dmsguild.com. And Tyler, you're playing a more official class, but from an unexpected source.
Yeah, I'm playing a druid from the Player's Handbook, but my druidic circle is actually the Circle of Spores, which is from the Guide to Ravnica, which they... Wizards of the Coast released, I think, like just last year, 2019, I think. Yeah. And that's based on one of their like Magic the Gathering settings. But
cool.
They made a D&D book.
Nice.
So,
Right on.
So if you're sitting there scratching your head going, what the fuck are these idiots talking about? That's what the fuck we were talking about.
Yeah. And the Tortle race is from a book called The Tortle Package, which is, oh man, what a pun.
It's
that came with the Tomb of Annihilation, I think. Right?
Yes.
Much.
Yeah, it was released around the same time, and I believe benefits charity. So check it out.
Nice.
Hey.
Wicked. So, as all of you walk down the path and consider your classes aloud,
I'm a swashbuckler. It's kind of like a musketeer.
oh man, that last fight was tough. I almost ran out of swashing points. Fuck, can you imagine what a stupid campaign that would be? Guys, my spell slots are dry. I gotta take a long rest. On page 42. So you make your way through the woods, and you can smell Garbage Town from here. And it's the smell is actually getting a bit worse as you walk. At first, it's just kind of the general smells of a junkyard in terms of the sort of smell of metal burning and being soldered and like, you know, things being broken down. You hear the occasional metallic crunch of things being compacted. But as you go, you begin to smell worse smells, smells of rot, smells of sewage, that sort of thing. Yeah. So for Makka, this is like, oh, thank God, fresh air. But it occurs to you that Garbage Town is likely also in some way responsible for sorting sewage from Orvel. Again, for you, Gwendolyn, you actually can't smell any of this because you're made of metal.
I can't taste. I can't do any of that shit anymore.
If Duncan, do you think you would react to a bad smell, or have you lived around enough that you would just kind of shrug it off?
I mean, he worked in the docks, so I feel like he'd be the guy where he's had to like dig latrines and shit.
Yep.
Like his life is kind of gross. I don't think he'd complain, but I don't think he'd like it. Like I don't think he's immune to it.
Well, I think that this will also be interesting for you then. I was going to give this to Gwendolyn, but she doesn't have senses as such anymore. For you never having dug trenches and that sort of thing and latrines, it never occurred to you where the waste from Orvel went. The island itself, like the kingdom itself, there was enough ground underneath it that you just kind of always assumed it was going somewhere. But I think similar to how in modern cities we don't really consider where our garbage goes. We just like put it in a box and send it away, and we're like, bye, never think of this again. These are weird details. These are things that aren't that you weren't privy to during your time with the Dawnbreakers, and that you never really considered. The trees are kind of a little sickly around here. You can tell that this isn't a great environment for natural things. Gwendolyn, you're actually kind of fascinated by seeing a squirrel kind of jump from branch to branch and sort of skitter past. Given the lack of wildlife up top, this is all very new to you.
Yeah. I think I definitely jump the first time I see one.
Something I wanted to ask, Laura, we've established that you can't blink. What do you think the helmet of this armor looks like?
Ooh.
You don't need to have an answer for this right away, but it's something I'd be curious to...
Let me think on it, because like I had an idea, but I kind of want to look into it a little bit more.
Okay, sure thing.
Give me a sec.
After sort of an extended period, you can see smoke rising above the trees in the distance. And the closer you get, you can hear kind of the hustle and bustle of a small village. Sure enough, you come upon, you're sort of walking along the trail when suddenly, Gwendolyn, I know I just asked you to look up helmets, but can you roll me a dexterity save, please?
Totally.
It's an Ewok attack.
That's an 11.
11? Okay, you're walking along, sort of observing the trees, and then all of a sudden, you trip. Out of nowhere, the ground was seemingly flat, but it's like there was a line of bricks that you just didn't see. So you face plant into the sort of wood chip path with kind of a loud clank. And as a princess, this kind of shit pisses you off because you spent years walking very delicately and learning poise. But as you kind of look back over your shoulder, you don't see any obstacles on the path. However, you do see a thick line of salt that has been sprinkled. And as your eyes track it, you can see it's been sprinkled kind of in a rough path that intersects the path and then kind of continues on along in either directions. So it's likely the salt circle that Gus warned you about.
Yeah.
But for you, it's interesting to note that it didn't stop you, but it did affect you. So Makka, you and Duncan turn around to see Gwendolyn face down in the mud.
Still getting used to your new body, yes?
I don't think... Sounds weird, but I didn't physically trip on this, I don't think.
I believe you did.
No, I mean, I fell, but... But I don't... God, it sounds so stupid. It was like, I tripped over a force, maybe?
Okay, this is starting to sound like something I might actually want to listen to. Okay, first I just thought it was more princess. I don't fall down, I just laid down as a surprise.
Well, that was obviously my initial thought, if it makes you feel better.
You know what, I think you can figure this one out on your own. Duncan's just gonna go sit down and let her think with Makka.
I didn't mean it. Please come back.
No, I guess. He's like walking towards a stump and he just sort of stops and then just like turns around but keeps looking at the ground.
Does this line of salt stretch like off the path into like the bush?
It does, yeah.
Wow.
You can see it's a bit jagged because clearly they had to like work it around all the flora and fauna.
Can you bring your feet across that line?
I was just gonna kind of want to toe it a little bit, just push my toe into it.
You push your toe into it, and you almost feel like a tink. But interestingly, it's not like there's a wall there.
Yeah.
It's an entirely new sensation to you. But you can feel it. Like it has physical sensation in a way that a lot of, tactile sensation in the way that a lot of things don't. But B, it seems just that it is interacting with you, but it isn't. It's, for lack of a better term, it's like it's not built to stop you, but it does interfere with you a little bit. It's almost an interference field. And I think as you kind of come to terms with your current state, it's interesting to note that, like, you're a magical thing now, and sometimes that means that other magical things might interfere with you and your abilities.
Right. Okay. See? Did you hear that?
Did we?
Yes, I think for
it
the sake
against a physical force.
Yeah, you can hear like a tink. And again, it's not like your foot even necessarily stops. It just is slowed a little bit.
And I think Duncan has like very, very basic ideas of magic. Like, again, there's not a lot of magic around, so he doesn't really know. I think he would go over and just like break the line of salt with his foot and see if that changed anything.
You break the line of salt by sort of like kicking some away. Something you notice, Duncan, because you don't have any experience with this magical bullshit necessarily, but you do have a lot of experience with like observing things. As you do so, you can tell that this salt line is fairly fresh, but there's older salt mixed with the dirt beneath it. So even as you kick it, you almost feel like the ground is stained with salt. Like this has been here for quite some time. That said, you are able to somewhat break it, but there isn't like a magical explosion or anything. It's just the line is broken.
All right. I guess I'd go over and like try to pick up one of her feet and see if I could lift it over. Like, is there a way with me getting
She can step back over it just fine. And in fact, it doesn't seem to be a highly regular effect. And now that it's broken, if she swings her foot through that space, it feels a little bit gritty, even if you're on the air, but it's fine. I think the best way, I think at least the way my brain's processing this, is it's a little bit like getting radio interference, where it's like it's just enough to fuck with you. It's not specifically targeted. It's not a huge hindrance, but it does mostly just signal to you that this is possible.
It has an effect, and there's stuff to log there. Also, I think Duncan at this point would acknowledge in his brain that if we fight anybody who has like a wizard or something, he'd be like, there's my target number one, because apparently this armor's vulnerable.
Cool.
Well, Your Majesty, do you want to take the lead, or do you want to keep following in the rear, and then we can let you know if we spot any salt piles?
Well, sure. You go on. I'll take up the rear.
Just as well.
And Makka just turns around and keeps walking.
Cool. As you do, Ryan, I think you take your gear out, and sorry, this was something I meant to mention earlier. You just double check that everything's still good to party. Your blade is a little worse for the wear from the fall, but ultimately, like, nothing terrible. It's just for someone who probably takes great care with their weapons, any small hindrance on, it's like whenever you get like a phone or something, you scratch the back, and it's like the back doesn't matter, but you're like, ah.
Yeah, I'm gonna have hours of polishing to do later. No question.
Your pistol, on the other hand, it was Mr. Boom, I believe.
Mr. Bang.
Mr. Bang.
Mr. Bang.
You notice that the chamber's a little bit dented, and the firing pin's a little bit. Well, I guess you wouldn't have a firing pin because it's flintlock, but the hammer's a little bit messed up. You get the sense that you'll likely be able to use it once in combats for the foreseeable. Again, following with our bag of spilling from hero of yore to level 3 adventurer. It's still in good shape for one shot, but you feel like reloading it might lead to a greater chance of misfires and would likely not be worthwhile.
Cool.
For the foreseeable, at least.
I mean, frustrating, but fine.
Yeah.
I did fall out of a sky city.
Makka, question for you about your mace.
Mm-hmm.
Does this particular piece of gnarled wood have any sentimental value, or is it kind of if you find a slightly better piece of wood, that's your jam?
That's just as good because it's all coming from the same ultimate source.
Great, very cool.
Makka,
so it's not like Thor and Oakenshield's shield. It's just like a cool, like as long as it's coming from nature, it's good in your books.
Yeah. I like if there was a metal mace to be picked up, he probably wouldn't want anything to do with it. It would have to be natural in some way. Yeah.
Wicked. Similarly, Laura. You can feel a connection to the blade. You felt earlier that it seemed connected to you in some way, shape, or form.
Yeah.
But this is all fairly new to you, but in a weird way, in the same way that you can kind of feel yourself in this armor, you can kind of feel yourself in the blade as well. And if you were to venture a guess, you would guess that whatever happened to cause your soul to jump into the armor when you were killed likely had a similar effect on the blade, and there might be some of your essence trapped in there as well.
Oh, do you mean that it's a soul-bound weapon?
I do mean that it's a soul-bound weapon.
Okay, cool.
It's funny how that works. Yeah.
I have a picture of the helmet. You guys, the helm. I'm picturing like this, but like copperish.
Great. Okay, that is also what I was imagining. So for those of you listening at home, this is like if you were to close your eyes and think of a knight's helmet, it is the classic thin eye slit, comes to a point, rounded head. But like if you
very solid, you're not seeing through it. Like
exactly.
It's like if you were at a museum looking at medieval knights armor, and you saw a bunch of shitty armor where you're like, oh man, knights weren't as cool as I thought. And then you saw this, you're like, that's my knight.
It's very Knight's Tale.
Or if you know the cover of Dark Souls 3, it's like that guy's helmet.
that works
so
too.
just classic A+ knight. I'm really glad you went with that with Laura, because that's what I was imagining. But it occurred to me I hadn't checked with you, and I was like, oh man, she thinks it's an open face one. I'm gonna be real pissed.
No,
just like a metal hat with nothing inside.
No,
it's just a copper bucket with the face hole cut out.
So Laura, the one thing I'm gonna add to that is I think the top part of it is made of a miner's helmet.
Okay, cool.
Since Amala came out of the mines, and I think maybe it's got like a maybe like a small just off the front of the forehead, like a small enclosure for a candle, with like a burnt down nub in it. And I think the legend goes that like Amala came out of the mine with that candle burning, and it blew out in the first fight, and she just kind of like never lit it again.
Okay, cool.
To represent her desire to never return to servitude. Fuck yeah. All right. So having sorted out more character details on the road, you arrive at the edge of town. So my question to you three, aside from Duncan, you're a pretty irregular looking bunch. Also, the only humans you've met here were the scavengers on the mounds.
They've tried to murder us, and they've established that they think everything different is a demon.
Yes, those are true things. That said, they also don't fit your definition of what any human ever has been. If you'll recall from our chat about the docks, like those were still fairly like middle class, almost blue collar workers, white collar workers, even though they worked in manufacturing. So. You're really not sure what is normal or accepted down here. How do you want to approach the town?
Sire Turtle, are your people familiar with the people in this area? Or would you be different or stand out?
Makka, this is far from your islands. And from what you remember from your kind of pre-swamp existence, or what little contact you had with your fellow turtles, humans were almost talked about like unicorns. Everyone was aware they existed, but they weren't around. I'm sorry, not everyone was aware. In this world they were aware. I guess I believe in unicorns? I don't know. Weird. What a weird revelation for me to have today.
You and North Koreans.
Yeah. But I guess for me it would be like, I don't know, pandas. It's like, unless you're at the zoo, you just never see a panda. So like, I know pandas are a thing, but I wouldn't necessarily know one. Like, it'd be surprising to see one on the street. So yeah, you don't know where you are. Your knowledge of Gren is pretty limited. But also, as you'd been informed and told, the only human civilization was Orville. So this is
Right.
all very, very confusing to you. But also, I think would be confusing even if you had a map. Like,
Oh, yeah.
I tend to find that I am considered strange and unusual to most people, turtle and human alike. I will say that it was my understanding that humans exclusively lived on Orville. And I don't know why there would be a human village down here.
Well, that's been my understanding as well.
Well, from what I've seen, it looks like they get all the fun of sorting through our shite and dealing with our garbage. So I'm sure we'll be really welcome if we tell them we're from up top. All right, so they're afraid of demons in the woods. We have you, Sire Turtle. I know what you are, but these people may be ignorant. And we have a talking suit of armor that has already established that it has a weakness to the base magics that they are capable of wielding. What do we do?
I wouldn't say weakness, I'd say awareness.
Oh, good, because that's really going to change what fucking happens to you, is whether you
Well,
call
it
it a
might.
different word. Alright, so we're aware that salt will stop you, and anything else theoretically could as well. So I think the Highness votes that we all just go in together. What about you, Sire Turtle?
Well, it seems to me that Gus indicated we would have a hard time finding Agatha's remains without some form of assistance from the villagers. Perhaps you could go in and ask for us, since my form and Gwendolyn's is unusual to these people. But then again, perhaps we could all just go in together and explain the whole thing. I'm sure they'd understand as well as you have. You're human after all.
Well, if there's one thing I can tell you about humanity, we're not known terribly for understanding or a willingness to listen. And I'll tell you that as a man who did both and ended up shoved in a corner for 20 years. All right, Highness. Shall I go in to find this information, or do you want to try to actually, I don't know, interact with some of your people?
I don't know how well it would be received for a talking suit of armor with nothing beneath it to approach people. I think it might be best if you go.
All right, looks like I'll take this one. Sire Turtle, would you mind looking after the princess for me while I'm away? I am oath-bound to look after this set of armor, at the very least.
It would be an honor.
I appreciate your confidence. I look forward to further conversing with you and discovering why your people reached out to ours after all this time. Even this brief moment with you has shown you to be honourable and a great hope for the future of our mutual species. Highness. And then he's going to turn and walk into the town.
amazing. All right, so Makka and Gwendolyn, you watch Duncan kind of walk down the path, and as he moves, you see him, even though you know he's still in a fair amount of pain from falling from the sky. It's fascinating watching his bearing change as he walks towards town. His back gets straighter, his shoulders come back. Suddenly there's a bit of swagger in his walk. Gwendolyn, it's something that you realize you've seen him do before, but that you've never really clocked. Because back then it was just kind of like, it was often for dumb things, like you wanted an extra piece of chocolate for dessert and he would like go talk someone into it. But now that you kind of know the ways of court, you're like, oh shit, he's actually really good at this. And this is a different side of that. And unfortunately, it's a side that I think you kind of wish you could get to know better. It's a little bit like finding out that your parents have a cool skill that you never knew about. And you're like, wait, what?
Yeah.
Like, my dad was like, yeah, I was in the fraternity that inspired Animal House. And I was like, the fuck? 'Cause he's like, after years of like, no, school is very important. School is the only thing that matters. Work is very important. Work is the only thing that matters. Like, I gave up smoking. I gave up drinking, like, straight and narrow. And then one day he's like, yeah, we had a guy called Crazy Mike who'd park his motorcycle in our living room. I was like, well, who the fuck are you? So it's a little bit of that. It's a little bit of like, because now you're old enough to appreciate what that would mean. So the two of you kind of settle in. I think Makka, as is so common for you, you're able to find like the perfect fallen over tree that's just perfect for perching. And you settle in. Gwendolyn, my question for you, as a newly armor suited creature, what do you think a resting pose is for you? Do you think you would still try and sit down because that's what your human instinct is, or is there something that's actually more comfortable as the armor?
I think it's just, honestly, laying face down felt pretty good.
Okay.
I think that's kind of what it is, with just kind of like arms kind of down at my side, like just kind of.
Just
imagine like. Sorry?
Just a planking princess.
Yeah, basically. That's pretty much what it is.
We may have found the title of the episode. So here's the question. Do you get down to your knees and then like ease yourself down, or is it just a full like tree falling over?
No,
stiff as a board?
Like it's super awkward. Like it's kind of get down to my knees and then kind of my one hip goes down to the side. Then my whole side goes down and then I try to straighten my legs and roll onto my front. It's
okay, great.
Yeah, it's not graceful.
She's got elegance. She's got grace. It's Miss Orville. All right, so you land with a thump. And the two of you kind of sit in companionable silence for a moment. Makka, can you roll me either a perception check or if you want to roll insight, please?
I'll roll perception, I think.
Cool.
Yes. 15.
When you threw your arms around the dying Gwendolyn and the armor, you remember sort of letting your healing energies flow into her. Obviously, then the ground collapsed and you weren't able to complete the ritual. But you can... It's very, very, very faint. But you can feel a bit of... do you have a name for your sort of... the connection you feel to the world around? We talked about a bit about this off air, but...
Yeah.
If you don't yet, that's also fine.
Well, like I was telling you, I'm torn between the cluster and the decay. I think the cluster.
Cool.
That's what I'll go with, yeah.
That's where my gut lives too. So you feel a faint tether between her and the cluster. It's very, very, very faint. But I think anything that your spores have touched in a significant way, you get some sense of, even if it's inorganic. And you can just get just the faintest hint off of her. It's like a very, very dim light bulb that's barely lit, but there is still some degree of electricity in it.
Okay. And this is the suit of armor, Gwendolyn, that has the... Okay.
It occurs to you, though, that when you... And based on your perception of 15, I think this is probably fair. It occurs to you that when you kind of exhaled healing spores into her, some of them may have landed on the armor, as well as on her. You're not sure quite what all that means. You actually have very little experience with inorganic matter.
Yeah.
Processed matter, that sort of thing. So this is all kind of new and confusing to you. But anyway, just wanted to flag that for you as you stare at her planking face down on the dirt. Duncan, you find yourself walking into a village. And what's weird is in Orville, everything was slightly over-designed. This is like real classic peasant shit. And weirdly, this feels like something out of the stories that you've heard. This is kind of what you always imagined a village would look like when they were spoken of in the tales and in the histories. Think fairly small buildings, maybe 2 stories at best. thatched roofs mixed with mud, leaves. There's a bit of debris that seems to have been possibly bartered for or scavenged from Garbage Town that is built into the roofs. Occasionally, you'll see Orwellian. That's a weird term to have to say. Big Brother's watching, I guess. Orwellian architecture pieces or things that are slightly familiar to you, but they're damaged. So it does seem like if someone discarded, I don't know, a door and it ended up in Garbage Town, occasionally they ended up here. So similar to what you see in a lot of shanty towns that have been kind of built from looting other places. That said, everything has a sense of being fairly well worn and fairly lived in. This doesn't seem like it was hastily constructed. This place has been here for a long time. They've clearly cleared the area, so trees surround it, but inside there's none. Aside from one tree in the center of town that, judging from the number of nooses you can see hanging from it, is likely the aforementioned swinging tree. It is a bleached white tree. That stands without leaves starkly in the middle of town. Everything else is kind of beaten dirt paths. There's no paving. There's no stone. And people just seem to be going about their business. As you enter town, a scrawny lady in just kind of like burlap pants and a sort of like a light jacket comes running by, sort of in full awkward teenage gangly mode, chasing a chicken. And she just goes, "Oh, pardon me, sir," and just like runs past you.
Because I'd like to scoop the chicken if I can with one hand.
Go ahead and roll me a.
Do you want sleight of hand?
I do. I almost said reflex check because 4th edition is a poison that has never quite left my system.
Wow.
You thought it was all will saves, but man, every so often.
That is a 21.
So yes, you scoop up the chicken, it goes at you, and you're proud of yourself, but also now you have kind of like feathers and dirt, where there was no feathers and dirt before. And she runs past you because that was the trajectory she thought the chicken was going. And then she skids to a halt like she literally looks like a female Shaggy from Scooby-Doo. So she just like screeches to a halt on her heels and turns around, and she's just like, "Oh, wow, you managed to find him. Oh, that's great. Thank you so much, mister."
What is your name, new companion?
Oh, my name's Nee. Neeh.
Well, it's a
The
pleasure
H is
to
silent.
meet you.
It's a pleasure to meet you, sir. You're dressed awful fancy for these parts. Are you? What are you?
I am Duncan Danno of the Dawnbreakers. And I have a chicken for you. It's sort of unrelated. I'm just going to like hand the chicken over.
Get back here, Lord Cluckers. You thought you could get away. Not this time.
Oh, well, so you and I have the same experience with the aristocracy. All right, so I'm looking for your Meister of Justice. You have someone here who's a sheriff, a leader of the law, any of those kinds of things.
That's a weird word, sir. It sounds like master or mister, but kind of mixed up together like a stew. No, we don't have anyone like that. We do have we have a mayor.
Well, that seems like a pretty good middle ground.
Cool.
Could you take me to this mayor in exchange for 5 gold pieces, perhaps?
Oh, Mister. Wow, that is a lot of money. Are you sure? I mean, you did catch this chicken, but also, that would really help my family out.
Well, if it'll help your family, then it's the very least the Dawnbreakers could do for the assistance of a new friend.
So you hand her 5 gold, and it's like you just handed someone like I was running through rare materials in my brain.
When you start with gold, it's awkward. I handed her diamonds.
Yeah. But yeah, it's like you handed someone a diamond. Like she's just like, she looks at it, she looks around, she like quickly like slips it into her sock and then like shakes her foot around to try and settle it, and just realizes it's going to be awkward to walk on, but hey, what are you going to do?
And I'm imagining for Duncan, that's like the cost of a breakfast. Like, I don't think he would think of that as being an exorbitant amount of
No,
money?
in Orville that would not go tremendously far. But also, again, like, the amount of opulence meant that money was not a joke, but like in the ballpark.
Yeah, ceremonial. More so than useful. Like most things in Orville.
Yeah, well, and like people certainly liked arguing about it and everything else, but there was such an abundance of it that true need or want were always seen as signs of weakness. Like, you need help? You fucked up. But anyway, she looks at one piece before putting it in. She's like, I'll open my own hotel. And then she stuffs it in her sock. And she looks at Lord Cluckers and she's like, and I'm going to replace your door, sir. So you will have to stay there and wake us up every day like a regular rooster. So she kind of like stuffs him under the arm. Lord Cluckers gives you a desperate like, come on, man, look, but it's too late. You've done your duty as a Dawnbreaker.
And I look him right in the eye and I say, if you're a lord, you do your job.
Weirdly, as you say it, you remember yelling such things at Gwendolyn when she was young, but you realize now perhaps that, well, you meant it in a it's your job to take care of people way. Once your influence was gone, she may well have just taken it as a, well, I guess lords are here to boss everyone around and everyone else is here to go fuck themselves. And for the first time you have sort of an extra degree of sympathy. Sorry, I was crossing my legs and I hit my camera. A degree of sympathy for what would happen if one of your lessons was left unfinished. And that perhaps that's why not entirely why she's the way she is, but it hadn't quite occurred to you that there's a danger in teaching someone virtue and value and valor, but only getting halfway through it.
Yeah, then they fire you.
Exactly.
They're also trying to be evil afterwards.
Well, it's that classic, like, we're going to break you down, then build you up, and then they finish breaking you down, they're like, all right, goodbye. And you're like, wait, what?
Dragonheart shit right there.
Yeah. It's a Dragonheart or a Toronto acting school. It's one of the two. Anyway, so... Zing. So they... she sort of like leads you, and you can tell that she is just pleased as punch. Like her chest is puffed out, and she's kind of like doing an awkward teenager strut because she's getting to lead the random handsome stranger through the streets. Also, she managed to catch Lord Cluckers, so like this might be the best day of her life. It's an admittedly low bar, but like A+ day. So she leads you past the swinging tree to a building that you, I think, Duncan, particularly given your feelings on nobility and how it should work, is pleasantly plain. It isn't a grandiose building. It isn't overdone. It looks like a lot of the other buildings you've just passed. The over the door there is a sort of a large piece of granite that has been kind of driven into the wall to kind of create almost a signpost or like a sign over a tavern. And she's like, this is our town hall. This is where the mayor works, and this is where we figure out all the justice things, and it's very important. Hang on, I need to wipe the chicken's feet. So she like wipes the feet, and then she wipes her feet. And then she says, anyway, he's in there. I would introduce you, but I'm a teenager, so how would you like to proceed? You want me to go in and be like, surprise, it's me, your friend Nee. I brought a cool guy, or do you want to just like go in and do your thing?
Do you know what? I like you a lot, Nee, but it sounds like you've got to get your hotel started and get Lord Cluckers home. Why don't I give them a little bit of a surprise? You know, I'm sure they'll enjoy it.
Honestly, that's great. They're not huge fans of me because I normally wreck things, but I won't at my hotel. You know what? Sorry, sir. What did you say your name was?
My name is Duncan Danno of the Dawnbreakers.
I'm going to work that into the title of my hotel somehow.
Maybe you could call it the Dawn's Inn.
Oh, I was thinking Duncan in Danno, and it would be in like a place you could sleep. But Dawnbreaker Inn sounds pretty good too. I'd probably sleep there. I probably wouldn't sleep in a place called Duncan. all right, bye. And she puts the chicken on her head and leaves.
Yay.
You know what? There are nice things about humanity every now and then. And then I think this is where Duncan will Aragorn through a door again, as he finally gets to like be a Dawnbreaker for the first time in a long time. Yeah.
Thanks.
Great. So you blast open the doors, and inside is a small office / gift shop. There's like a rack of postcards that have all been like hand drawn. You notice that all the cards are slightly irregular because they've clearly been like hand cut out as well. So like there's not a straight line amongst them. On a rack that very optimistically says 2 gold each. And there's kind of like a massive rug in the center with interesting geometric patterns on it. That's a little burned. You notice there's some holes in it that seem to have been scorched, but it's laid out, and you can see a couple clerks kind of sitting there with long scrolls and quill pens, writing away, who don't even acknowledge your presence when you walk in. However, the mayor certainly does. So the mayor is a sort of a man in his late 20s, sort of a very large build, sort of like big arms, big barrel chest, bit of a gut, but sitting sort of with a sense of confidence and ease, and his head is just like perfectly round. Like there's just not a speck of hair on it, no eyebrows, no beard, no hair, and fairly suntan from working outside. And he kind of like slaps his big meaty hands down on the table, and he's like, "Oh, a visitor. Oh, geez. We don't get many of these around here. But based on the way you opened my doors, I assume you've got some business here. Well, welcome to Stone's Throw." And he like quickly like looks around, and you see him grab a hat that is in no way as fashionable or cool as yours, and slap it on his head. It looks like one of those weird little Robin Hood hats, so like a tiny green pointed hat with a bent, broken red feather sticking out of it. Duncan, given your knowledge of hats, you recognize this as having been in fashion in Orville like a couple years ago. And he kind of straightens it, and he says, "Pleasure to meet you. I'm Jameson Bartow, the mayor of Stone's Throw."
Well, Master Mayor, it's a pleasure to meet you. And he'll sweep off his hat and do like a low bow, but he always keeps his eyes up watching people while he bows. Like he's had one too many early dueling masters that like just smacked him on the head when he looked away. So
just like kicked him in the chin.
Yeah. There's just a lot of punishment in the beginning of his career. Yeah. And he stands up and
Jameson looks horrified and quickly tries to replicate what you did with his hat, which is hard because yours is a good sweeping hat. His is kind of a thing you could eat soup out of. I'm going to roll a performance check for him. Let's see how he does. Oh, shit, nat 20. For kind of a big guy, he is remarkably good at it. Even though he fumbles the tiny hat, he manages to like accidentally roll it up his arm, flick it into the air, and catch it on his head.
And I immediately recognize this as a dude who knows how to fight. Because a lot of the courtly manners, not that any of the current aristocrats would have any idea of this in Orville, but I feel like Duncan would also have an interest, as we've established in ancient texts. A lot of these courtly manners and other things were really just ways to test the dexterity of an opponent before a duel, and like, this fucking guy can move. So that combined with the swinging tree means he's not really sure what to make of this like nice bumbling town with the corpse machine in the middle. So, Master Mayor, clearly you have a variety of talents. I am looking for someone who could take me to the grave of Agatha the Witch.
Oh, the witch. And he and the two clerks all turn and spit on the ground. And he's like, "Oh, hey, sorry, I know you're not from around here, but you gotta spit, otherwise she'll haunt you."
Okay.
And he just stares at you expectantly.
I'll spit on the ground.
And he like visibly relaxes. He's like, "Oh, that was close. We almost had a haunting." Oh, wow. Good thing you stopped by.
I understand that you've got a swinging tree, and that, can I say the witch? What do I have to spit after?
Well, now that we've spit, we should be okay for the next, and he looks at the spit to see how quickly it's soaking into the rug, and he's like, we'll be good for the next 5 minutes. So, you can call her the witch for now. Or, you can just call her, and then give me a knowing look, like her.
All right, so
and then nod a little bit so I know that you're not referring to someone else.
Where is her buried?
Wait, who? Oh, the witch. You know what? I better be safe. He spits again. He's like, Mom, look, I'm sorry. We don't. We try not to talk about, her here. It's. I gotta ask. It's not really anything we want anyone to know. I mean, the whole reason we got rid of her was so that no one would get hurt by her dark magics ever again. So I don't. You seem like a good fellow. You got a hell of a good hat, and you bow real nice. I don't know why I tell you that, but that doesn't seem like something I should do.
I am Duncan.
Just rest assured, we put her somewhere safe.
I am Duncan Danno, the last true Dawnbreaker, and I am here on a quest to discover the gravesite of Agatha the Witch.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. Preemptive spitting is good spitting. I am Jameson Kinbarto, and you found it. We did it. Hooray! Your quest is complete. Have a free postcard. And you see one of the clerks, like her eyes just dart up, and there's just raw fury as she stares at him. And he's like, "Shut up, Karen. We're not selling any of them anyway. Here you go. You did it. Here's your quest reward. Congratulations." And he hands you one that's of the hanging tree. It's real gross. It's in tremendously bad taste.
Wish you were here.
He looks at it. He's like, "Oh, maybe that's why we didn't sell
your
any."
enemies.
Yeah.
And I will give a nod and say, "Thank you, sir. I appreciate all of the assistance that you've offered." And I will take the card. And Tom, I want to go outside and just wait until the clerks get off so I can talk to Karen, because I think she's going to be way more useful than this fucking mayor.
Cool. Also, I'll let you know, and this is just kind of like a reminder for our listeners and viewers as well. If you want to try and use a roll to sort of change any of this, like if you want to roll persuasion or deception or intimidation, you can always just call those out mid-conversation. Otherwise, we'll just deal with our own rhetorical skills and where the characters take us.
All right, then now let's just throw it in there. Then let's have some fun. So I think what Duncan will do is say, "Dawnbreakers believe in justice, and I understand that you have brought an end to Agatha the Witch, but I don't understand the crimes that she's committed, and I cannot tell whether or not you have her trapped somewhere. You've made an illegitimate choice." And then it's just like a dagger gets spun around in one hand, and he's like, "You never know where fate takes us, and sometimes it's someplace," and you just hear a thunk, and right down next to the mayor's hand is another dagger with its tip in the table from his other hand, and he just says, "It can take you interesting places, and it turns out many people have sharp endings." And he just kind of looks at him. "So where is that gravesite?" And I'd like to go with an intimidate.
Sure, go ahead.
Don't fail me now, dice. Oh man, why did I say that out loud? That is a 7 on the intimidation scale.
So when the second dagger hits and you throw out your quippy line with a speed you didn't think was possible, with his free hand, he grabs his chair and swings it around over his head and smashes it through the desk in front of you. And he's like, "Oh, sharp ends. Oh, I prefer blunt means myself. You're going to have to leave now." As you kind of back out now, I'll say you can go wait outside for you, like retrieve your daggers from the ground kind of sheepishly, or with great flair, because I feel like it's great. Like, do you kick them up in your hand? How do you get these daggers back from the broken desk?
Oh, I feel like one would have been stabbed. I don't even think they would have left the hands. I think the one was still up and the other was stabbed down. And then I think it's just both of them come up and then go down, and the cape just gets flicked back to show the rapier and reveal like the pistol at the waist. And it's just like, well, I can understand why there might be harsh feelings for someone who's been tested about justice. But I think there's always something dangerous about a mayor of a town where they base it around hanging people on the tree in the center. But who am I to know? Just a Dawnbreaker. And then Duncan will turn and just kind of exit with an eye over his shoulder that both seems debonair, but is really just to make sure he doesn't get hit in the back.
Yeah. The mayor just shakes his head as you leave, and there almost seems to be some disappointment and almost some genuine regret as you walk away. And he kind of turns to the clerks and he's like, you know, it never fails. Outsiders, they just don't understand. And then he's like, well, I'm going to go get another desk from upstairs. And then you just hear my thump, 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 thump. So a couple hours later, you're standing outside and you've been watching the town kind of go about its business. It's boring. There's not a whole lot going on. But also, I think you take the time to do a proper, like, top to bottom check of your muscles and your joints. Feeling where all the pain points are from your fall and kind of like understanding how that's going to affect you and hold you back. You get the sense that through kind of constant training and exercise and stretching and kind of the standard maneuvers that you would go through when you were kind of like trying to get into peak conditioning, you'll be able to get back up to where you were like kind of pre-docs. But also admittedly, you hadn't let your skills get loose, but like hadn't felt the same need to be as sharp when you were just like patrolling garbage places.
Yeah, I wasn't protecting anyone. I was just not dying, which is a very different goal.
100%. Anyway, eventually though, the door beside you opens and you see Karen exiting. Karen has sort of like one large monocle that she's wearing kind of attached to a strap around her head. And as you look, you can see it's one half of glasses that she's kind of strapped around. She's got a shaved head. There's kind of a gnarly scar that she's got along one side. But she seems to have kind of a cool tattoo around it. And you can tell just from sizing her up, like this is clearly... Like there's ink stains on her fingers, clearly from clerking, but you can see other colors, and it's clear that she also paints. And she's sort of carrying a bunch of sort of medieval notepads, I guess. So just like a bunch of like loose leaf paper and scrolls. And as soon as she gets outside, she just like stuffs a hand-rolled cigarette in her mouth and strikes flint against the side of the door to light it.
And then I think Duncan will have been careful because he can be very quiet when he wants to, but you really just don't want to scare the shit out of somebody when you want to try to make friends with them in a minute. So I think it's like a slow approach as though he'd approach from a distance and just feel, Karen, I remember hearing your name from before. My name is Duncan Danno, and I am of the Dawnbreakers. Can I perhaps carry those items for you home and engage in a bit of wee conversation?
Hey, it's nice to meet you, but no one touches my scrolls. I got some very important in-progress sketches in here. But enjoy your free postcard. I worked real hard on those, but like fucking whatever, I guess. Just enjoy it. Send it to someone you love. That's what they're meant for. I call them Karen Cares. You can see it on the back of the card. And then she takes like a big drag of her incredibly bad-smelling cigarette. Like... obviously there's no manufactured smokes here, so it's just some real stinky garbage that she's stuffed in there.
And I think Duncan has decided that intimidation doesn't seem to work in this town, perhaps because they have very little to lose, so he's going to lean into the charm this time. Mm-hmm. And he is going to, I think that the hat comes off and the cape gets swept over the shoulder, but this time it's just to show like how fit he is and how well dressed. And he'll say, it's always a pleasure to meet an artist who has some ambition and wants to move forward in the world after living what is very clearly a characterful life. I may have a commission in mind for you that I could exchange for information, a painting of royalty and strange and exotic beasts.
Okay, give me I think maybe persuasion.
Yeah, let's go with that. That's fun.
And I'll give you advantage because you're using a lot of buzzwords you know she'll like, namely artist and commission.
It's a 13.
She takes an incredibly long drag, like a cartoonishly long drag of her cigarette, just like burning half of it down, And she kind of like puts it back in her mouth and sort of swirls it around back and forth and goes like, "Commission, you say? Is there money involved in this commission?"
I mean, that's the nature of commission, or at least it should be on the scale of things.
You know, that's what I thought too, and then I made these fucking postcards for free. She immediately like throws all of her shit over her shoulder. She's like, "All right, cool, I'll paint anything. I'll paint a naked manatee if you want. I don't give a shit. I'll do it for money though. That's great. All right, let's go."
All right, so I guess I'll lead Karen along with. I actually want the painting out of this. That's fine. Back to where we can get a painting of the turtle, the suit of armor, and myself.
Okay, so she stops by her place and like loads up. Like she's got like an easel that's clearly been made of like assorted things that she's managed to slap together, and like some canvas that you can see has some sketching done on it, in a sort of like a fine blue pencil that you recognize from Orville. And again, like I think it goes without saying at this point, everything you're seeing here seems to be somewhat scavenged if it's been manufactured or produced. So it's clearly someone's like throwaway thing, but given that you're actually willing to pay her, this is like the thing to use your nice materials on. She's also got like a bandolier of cigarettes now, because she's like, this is at least a 10 smoke job, so I want to be ready. All right, let's do it. Let's go. Let's do it. So you lead her to the edge of town, and she walks through the trees. We cut to our friend Turtle and friend Suit of Armor. How do you think the two of you have passed the time? It's now been several hours.
I think I would like to go to sleep. I know I don't need sleep, but I don't know if I can sleep.
I'm gonna say there's I think maybe what we'll do, Laura, is almost like a meditative state rather than a sleep state. So it's you're horrified to find that you can't sleep anymore, but you are able to kind of dim your consciousness a bit. And you realize, even though it's a bit uncomfortable and it's not what you're used to, it is actually fairly restful.
Okay. I think in order to get into that state, though, I ask Makka, I'm like, can you tell me a story, maybe of your people, and how you came to be where you are?
You mean here, sitting with you?
Well, sure, that would be fine too.
Oh, all right.
And I just like I grab like all the dirt and soil around me and like leaves and like put them up against my face to block out any light.
And we kind of reviewed this in our last session. Do you want me to do a little role play of telling that story, or do you want to jump?
Sure, man. Yeah, go ahead.
This doesn't matter to me.
If it's something that we haven't heard on air, then I'd say go for it.
Okay.
Otherwise, you can kind of.
Can also tell me a story of how your people came to be.
Oh, well, I do not know where the turtles came from. As far as I know, we've been around just as long as any other beast or race or anything like that. But I am somewhat different now than I was in my youth. One day well, let's go back a little further. I was a more typical turtle. Some time ago, many, many years ago, I had a family and I lived in a town with other turtle. And on occasion, I would go into the swamps and collect mushrooms and other things for cooking or to sell at market. And one day I was set upon by bandits and was struck down, and I fell into the swamp. And I don't really remember what happened next. I remember there was much darkness, much confusion, and then clarity. The god of death, Jossie, had welcomed me into her arms and made me into something different. I had been remade with the fungus and mushrooms and the spores of the swamp. And now I am an agent of Jossie. I protect the sacred process of decay, that which takes from death and gives new life. And this was a service I provided to the turtle until I was called
I think
upon
Tyler
to...
froze.
Okay, good. I'm glad it's not just me.
How long ago did that freeze?
We're all like, this is the longest but most in character pause.
Yeah.
Tyler, you froze. That was a really beautiful, long, dramatic moment for us.
You froze for us just after Agent of Jossie.
Agent of Jossie, okay.
It took all of us like a minute to figure out whether or not it was a bit.
Well, so what ended up happening for me was I was pretty sure it was frozen, but I started watching Laura to see if Laura was still reacting, because I was like, maybe he's just frozen for me. So I started watching Laura, and Laura was like, smiled a little bit, was like clearly still listening. I'm like, oh shit, he's telling a really good story. Like, it's fine, I'm just the DM, I don't need to know.
So I'll tell the rest of the story while dancing the Charleston, so that you can tell exactly when. Yeah, exactly when something has gone wrong. Excuse me. Let's see. As an agent of Jossie, it was and is my responsibility to protect and perform the sacred process of decay. When death yields new life, and this was a service I provided to the turtle of my islands. I was the gravekeeper. I took the dead and remade them into life-giving tonics and potions and unguents, and provided them to the sick to extend their life, knowing that their debt would be paid in time, as all debts are in the cycle. And there came a time when this cycle was weakened. The effects of my potions were not having the desired effect any longer. And I could not process the dead as quickly, and I knew something was wrong. And that's when I was called to your court. And you know the rest of my story there. Hello? Are you awake? Gwendolyn. Gwendolyn.
I think, Gwendolyn, you've fallen into as close to a sleep as you can get.
Yeah.
I think for mechanical purposes, I'd like to believe that when you're in this state, you're unaware of things, just so that we don't end up in a weird, like, unsleeping suit of armor can just be the guard every night. Kind of deal. That said, I was thinking, and we can kind of figure this out together. I'm wondering what you see when you sleep. When you're kind of in your trance state. I was wondering if literally it's just like replay, if moments of your life just replay, like if it's almost a weird memory recall, if it's more of a dream state, what it is.
I think her dreams are kind of like they've always been, and even more so now. I think Gwendolyn dreamt a lot of her childhood.
Okay,
I think
good.
that was mainly, I'll just leave it at that for now.
Great. Sounds good. So, Makka, you look down at the armor, and even though it's still a bit difficult for you to read inorganic material, it almost looks like her shoulders have slumped a bit. And even though the armor itself can't change form, how the joints rest seems a little bit more relaxed. And you hear a faint kind of metallic rumbling, a little bit like something's rattling around inside the helmet, and you realize that she's snoring. So kind of keeping a watchful eye, I think you open yourself up to the cluster and the woods around you, And even though they're unfamiliar and a little sickly, they still feel much more comfortable than Orville did. And I think at some point, like during the hours that he was waiting, Duncan like came close enough to gesture and like give a wave. It's not like he just disappeared for like 6 hours and you're like, well, I guess he's dead. We'll just hang out here. Like there was some indication of like, I'm fine.
Right.
BRB. But then as the day drags on, finally you see him coming down the path again, with another human behind him who seems to be carrying some like an easel and a canvas. And Duncan, you see Makka kind of waiting for you. Go ahead.
I'll wave to him and slowly rise to my feet.
And I will return the wave, but in a like doffing the cap and waving the cap kind of way, because I feel like when you've got a hat this good, you've got to use it. And then I will turn to Karen and say, Karen, this is Sire Turtle.
Karen has dropped the easel. Her jaw is metaphorically on the ground, realistically just as far as a human extension can go, staring in, for lack of a better term, like thrilled shock. Like it's like someone threw her a surprise party. Like she is just like over the moon about this. And she's just like, oh, what? By the lords of byproduct, who the what? The what? And she just like takes out a panic cigarette and stuffs it in her mouth.
And I'm like, why don't you go say hello to Makka there? I'll collect these things and bring them after you.
She like just full on in like awe walks up and just like looks you up and down from like toes to the head to the toes, and she's like, Are you a demon? What's your deal? Also, by the way, that's metal as fuck. So like it's cool if you are. I'm not like into the whole kill all the spooky things thing, but like what's your deal? And how do I get in on it? And then she lights her cigarette.
And I'll start my story over that I was telling Gwendolyn. And I'll just start right now. Just like, well, I was much like other turtles.
When would you cut this off, Duncan? Or would you listen to this whole conversation because you actually don't know what his deal is?
I haven't heard it, so I don't know his name. All I know is he was a turtle who ran out and could heal people, and now he's just very game for moving along with us.
I feel like you would have swapped names back at the hut when you kind of had your rest, but yeah, you don't know anything else about him. So yeah, so the two of you listen and learn. And as he's talking, eventually she like gets out the easel and starts sketching. And you can see she's taking like great care to try and replicate, as you know, the best artists do, not just what he looks like, but kind of the vibe. So you can see she's like taking into account the surroundings and how he interacts with the trees around him and kind of how he holds himself. Yes, you finish your story, Makka, and she's kind of mid-sketch, and she's like, okay, yeah, this is great. This is fantastic. No, you're a perfect subject. Thank you. Also, do you have a partner? Do you have do you have a boyfriend, a girlfriend? Do you have like a person? What's your deal? And then she kind of like looks at you cloyingly.
Well, these are my companions. I have reason to believe that the prophecy that they speak of is directly linked to the cluster and...
Yeah, but is there anyone you fuck?
No, I don't think there is.
And she just like takes a drag of her cigarette and says to herself like, yes, you're in the game, Karen. And it's at this time that... getting the sense of something like your dreams, Gwendolyn, are they seem to be kind of tinged. There seems to be kind of a dark smoke rolling through them, and at first you're worried that it's what you saw over Orville, but then suddenly, like weirdly, it's like the sensation of smelling, but it's somehow all over your body. You recognize it as like a really cheap cigarette. Nikos used to try and roll these all the time. And you kind of like rise up out of the dirt and realize that even though you can't smell traditionally anymore, your body can, for a lack of a better term, like spidey sense it.
Okay.
It's kind of like a weird, because I don't want to leave you bereft of the senses you need to kind of manage.
Is it kind of like I can sense almost like the little interactions with the metal?
Sort of.
Something.
But also, since your soul is keyed to understand those sensations in a human way, it's like a weird, like almost a mood ring sensation. Like it's an odd, there's that condition where you see sound.
Synesthesia.
Synesthesia.
Yes, thank you. It's like that, ish. Where it's just like you can interpret smells in their own way, you can interpret sounds in their own ways, just so that you're not like, well, I'm out of the game. But again, these are all things that you're learning to kind of interpret.
Cool.
So you drag yourself up and kind of like, I think every time you do this, you have to like run a finger through your eye slit just to like clear out like one slit, the other slit, just to like be able to see again. That said, as you do it this time, your finger pauses, and it occurs to you that if you just plug up those eye holes, you might get the darkness you so require.
Hey. I just tested it out. I put like kind of my fingers like in front of the slits.
Darkness.
Yes.
All right, so the screaming pile of yes over there is the third figure.
Karen has fallen backwards in terror and awe.
Duncan's reached out and just held the easel up with one hand as she like wipes out just so it's safe.
What is that? Some kind of TikTok? Some kind of robot man?
Hello, I'm a human.
Nah.
How'd you do?
No, you're not. No.
Yeah, not currently. That's the princess,
like,
Gwendolyn.
Bounces a cigarette off you, and she's like, nah, humans would light on fire. You're no human. And she takes another one out of the bandolier.
I'm a bloody suit of armor. Who are you?
All right, that's metal as hell. All right, cool. Hey, how about you? You got a partner? Listen, I'm into some weird shit.
Hello.
My name's Karen. I'm an artist first, county clerk second. I make postcards, do commissions. I also fill out paperwork, but I don't really want to do that so much as I want to paint pictures. I'm working on Mr. Makka, Deathcap over here. Seems like a real cool guy, and I guess I'm supposed to paint you too. I was expecting some hoity-toity princess type.
I give a sidelong look at Duncan and say, why?
Well, the mayor was somewhat disagreeable and the entire town's based around hanging, so I agreed that we would hire out the commission to get a painting of the three of us together, and also we could ask some questions about where Agatha may have been buried and why they, hung her.
Wait, what now?
We're gonna chatter a little bit while you paint, and I just like shift Gwendolyn over to like the center of a portrait style pose with Makka, and then I like take up a position on the other side. And then while Karen's working, I just want to like do that version of like barbershop questions about what's going on in town. But it's just the three of us getting to ask Karen about Agatha and Stone's Throw.
Cool. Can you roll me maybe an investigation check or a streetwise? I'll take streetwise.
I don't think streetwise exists in this game.
God damn it. I'm GMing too many games now. I don't even know.
I've got, if we're looking at stuff I could do insight, I could do persuasion. What are you thinking? I could do investigation.
Investigation is, I think, what I meant. So you're going to take 3 threat dice, 2 boost dice. You see so many games! I gave myself a haircut today because those are the times we're in. And I weirdly missed the little amount of barbershop banter I get. So this is nice. It's like I got my barbershop banter after all.
Cool. I'm imagining we're all talking. I got a 7 on my investigation.
Do you imagine the others are talking?
I don't know. Makka, it seems like it's kind of impossible to get him to stop asking questions. They just might not help. And I have no idea what Gwendolyn will do. She's a talking suit of armor now. So I'm not saying they're taking part in the investigation. I just don't know how they would affect the conversation.
I might pop in there, but like,
okay.
Yeah, Makka's got questions.
All right. So why don't you all roll? I was going to say, if you're just kind of trying to help Ryan, then I would have you roll, like give him advantage. But if you're all asking questions,
yeah,
I don't really imagine that the two of you approach situations the same way. You don't need to roll persuasion, though. You could roll insight, you could roll history, you can roll pretty much anything you think your character would use.
This would just be an investigation. I'm not even good at it, but I'm just going to ask questions. So
Sure.
that's investigation. It's an 8. So
Go team.
yeah.
Keep it at real level across the board.
I think I might roll a religion check. Just
Oh shit, that makes a lot of sense too.
because I'm just knowing. I think I know enough to understand like that people treat the dead in different ways,
Yeah,
and if
yeah, yeah.
there's some way that I can use that to my
Yep,
advantage
absolutely.
to get
Yeah, so go ahead with that, Laura.
So, oh god, I don't even know where to go with that now.
Oh, no, sorry, I meant
Just
by
roll.
rolling.
Oh, I did. Sorry, I already rolled 11.
11, okay. Yeah, no, you don't need to put together a theological argument. No. Okay, cool. So,
Something in
Like, I
Lauren's
made
brain
this
just
choice and
broke.
no.
it turns out that was all it took to break the bat. So, yeah, you begin to kind of ask some questions, and based on the way Karen's already been responding to you, you get the sense that she's leaning pretty hard on like the like small medieval village version of like the death metal rocker chick vibe. Is so weirdly, even with an admittedly pretty low roll, once you start asking her questions, not about like, hey, where do we find this thing that you shouldn't tell us about, but when you start prodding her about religion, she just fucking goes off about like the cool stories she can tell you. She's still pretty sure Makka's a demon, so she kind of wants to earn some street cred. But yeah, so she's like, oh yeah, like everyone in this town is like super scared of like all the cool things, right? Like witches and monsters and demons. Like there's this witch who used to live outside town, and she wasn't like a cool witch because she'd usually just give you like a potion or something if you're having like trouble having a baby, or like if you were sick or something, which wasn't too cool. I was kind of hoping for like, you know, like covens at dawn, you know, like the the shit you hear about from the Shadowlands, right? Like you know, real Covenant stuff. But no, instead she was just like, here's a poultice for your acne. And I was like, get bent. Anyway, people got real scared. They didn't like having a witch live nearby. And honestly, like, she comes from a long line, and they were really worried about it. So finally they said enough was enough, and they went and got her. They killed her. It was awesome. She was like just like cursing them and stuff and like laughing at them. It was hilarious. The mayor was so mad, but like she didn't give a shit. And then they threw her in the bastard bin. You know, with where we throw all the lowlives and degenerates that get killed here. Honestly, it's where I want to be buried. If I had my druthers, seems like a cool place to get to go.
Well, what makes it so cool?
Well, that's where all the cool people are like buried and stuff. Like, look, I know.
Is it in a cool place?
No. It's like, honestly, it's just like there's an old like quarry just outside town. They built it down there. It's like, it's not a cool place except for the people who are in there are super cool.
So, like, what other cool things had they done? Like, it seems like Agatha provided medical care and potions that help people.
Yeah, but like she was a witch. And, like, she has that, like, cool little demon dog and stuff. And, like, he acts all nice, but, like, I bet he'd fuck you up if he got the chance. It would be awesome.
Okay, what about the people who aren't witches? What were they up to? It sounds like there's a lot of corpses.
No, it's just, criminals and stuff. Like, if you steal something or you, like, murder someone. If you take something from Garbage Town without talking to the lords of Garbage Town, they get mad about it. They, like, send the scavengers after you. Like, that sort of shit. Like, you don't do that.
If you make a poultice for acne.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of hope she was sacrificing virgins, too. Like, we don't have any proof of that, but, like, that's what everyone said. And I was like, yeah, fucking yeah.
Right. Do you have one, like, chief judge or someone who makes the final decision on, like, who's going in the ground?
No, I mean, like, the mayor does it, but, like, everyone, like, a lot of the town elders vote in on it, too. Like, we got systems that are old. We just want to make sure that, the town is safe, which is fair. There's a lot of scary shit around here. I mean, like, the lords of byproduct like to think that, they've got a good handle on stuff, but we're not too close to any of the major towns, so sometimes we got to do what we can to stay safe.
So have you been out to this quarry maybe at night, like to do like a cool hang or something like that? Go out there and show you're not afraid.
Look, if you're asking me on a date, I appreciate it, but you're a little vanilla for me. I'm kind of into the giant demon monster or the fucking scary ass armor. But yeah, I've had some.
I'd like to lean in and be like, I may be asking on their behalf.
She's like, okay, all right, okay, yeah, all right. She's like, I've had some parties down there, yeah, it's a great place for, and then she like tries to shoot both of you one like lascivious look, but has to look back and forth between you rapidly, so it's completely lost. But she's like, for, interesting liaisons. But yeah, I used to go down there all the time. I kind of wanted to like hang out in there, but no, the town guard came and got me, but, yeah, it's a cool place. It's pretty cool.
Would you be interested in perhaps bringing a demon to see the bastard Ben?
Like, there is a look in her eyes that you'd kind of always hoped you would see in, like, the eyes of every citizen of Orville when you restored the Dawnbreakers to their former glory of just, like, you made her dreams come true. It honestly doesn't look that dissimilar from how Nee looked when you gave her the chicken and the money. Karen is like, sir, I don't believe in angels. But if I did, I think they'd wear cool hats and threaten people with knives like you, sir. Yes, I would love nothing more, but I'm also a professional, so let me finish my painting.
Agreed.
She goes back to the painting. And honestly, this is a fucking rad painting. It is really, really good. It's a remarkably good depiction of the three of you. And when she's done, she kind of looks at the frame and then looks at the three of you. She's like, you guys are traveling pretty light. You gonna have trouble with this thing?
If you've got a tube you could roll it up in, perhaps I could travel it like that. And I show her, because technically I have a backpack, but a backpack sounds pretty fucking lame with the way that Duncan is dressed. I'd like to imagine he has almost like, it's like a sling around the back with like a little kind of like hidden area, but we could put a tube with a rolled up painting in it. Sure. Unless Karen's got a different idea.
She's like, hang on a second, can I see one of them knives for the hot sec?
Oh yeah, bam, up, out, held out. Go for it.
She goes to take it dramatically, kind of fumbles it, and she's like, ah, shit, I wanted to look so cool. And then she just, like, flicks the dagger up along the edges and carves out the picture, and she's like, Ryan, does your sword have a scabbard? It must. Or
yeah.
Does it? Yeah. So she's like, hang on, let me see that. So you toss her the scabbard, and she basically wraps your scabbard with the canvas and then just like ties it off, and she's like, that'll do you just fine. This canvas is pretty hardy. It had to fall out of the sky to get into my possession, so as long as you don't fall out of the sky, I think you'll be all right.
Well, I try to only do the crazy things once, so all right, would you like to perhaps take us on a metal journey to the bastard Ben?
You are God's damned right. Ryan, we're gonna upgrade your scabbard. It is. I don't know. You guys don't really have a name yet as an adventuring party.
I don't think we're there yet.
No, absolutely not. So we will call it the Scabbard of the Unlikely Fellowship. And basically, I'm going to say that once per long rest, but only in times of great need, you can unfurl it like an inspirational standard to give Gwendolyn and Makka basically like it's the effects of the ability Bless. So like a D4 that you can add to an ability check that they can just hold, having seen it and having you like yell something dramatic about it. I think it's like either you just hold it up or you can like swing it on your scabbard like you're singing a song of angry men,
like a standard bearer kind of thing.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah. So,
nice.
Cool. But again, even though you can technically use it once a day, I would recommend you use it for
only at moments of great dramatic interest. Otherwise, it's just a painting I can refer to or take it if I want to. Yeah.
Great. Cool. So she like manages to like weave through some like leather thongs to it, so you can just like tie it off easily, and it's hardy enough that you'll be fine. And with that, she begins to lead you kind of like down through the woods towards the bastard bin. You get within a few, like probably about less than a kilometer, but like you're within sight of it. And she's like, "Oh shit, it's the fuzz." And sure enough, you can see there are some town guard who are camped out in front of it, and you can actually see them wrapping someone up in a body bag, who seems to be wearing town guard livery.
All right, I'm going to approach. I wouldn't have told anybody to stay back, so people can join me or not based on this, but I think Duncan is a guy who just kind of dives in. Also, despite the fact that apparently no one here respects him or even knows necessarily what a Dawnbreaker is, he sees himself and probably has instinctively seen himself as a top cop for like his whole career on just like checking in on issues. So part of his doc's instincts, I think, are kicking in.
Makka would have a question for Karen about this.
Okay, yep, go ahead.
Karen, these men appear to be preparing the corpse of one of their own, wearing the same livery. Are you aware of a death in the town?
No, man, well, actually, I try not to pay too much attention to the records I'm writing, because, you know, it's not really my thing, and also, I'm usually thinking up super cool postcards I can paint. But yeah, there have been a couple requisition orders came in over the past few days for pensions for dead guardsmen. I haven't heard about any dead guardsmen, but I thought it was real weird that I was having to process pensions for the dead. I don't know. I haven't heard much about this, but this might be a little too metal for me. I think I gotta get out of here. I can't risk my clerkship. It will not surprise you to know that commissions are few and far between in such a small town.
Thank you very much for the painting you made of us. I will think of it fondly. Goodbye, Karen.
And I'll walk off with Duncan.
Cool. She like watches you go like fairly lasciviously, and she's like, "Oh, I'll be thinking about you too later tonight."
I was saying, Tom, I imagine I would have paid her before we left, like when I got the painting.
Yeah. How much were you thinking?
I figure if I gave the kid 5 and the painting's good, the painting would be 35 gold.
Ooh, okay.
Because that's probably like a solid Orville amount.
Oh yeah, like that would be underpaying drastically in Orville, but here, given that 5 gold was like, I'll open a hotel, like it's a fortune. So I think you just handed her a sack, and she's like, yeah, fine, whatever.
I was gonna say, do you know, I'll just give her the rest of my gold. So I had 45 gold in a bag, and if that seems fair, I gave it to her, and I'm out of cash now, but I'm fine with that.
Great. As she walks away, you just hear her be like, holy shit! And she looks back over her shoulder, and she's like, best damn commission I ever made. Rock on, you crazy fucks. And then she disappears into the trees. So Makka, you approach the City Watch, who are again camped outside of the Bastard Bin, and the Bastard Bin you can see is kind of like, again, dug out of. There's a quarry, but they seem to have dug out what would have been maybe part of the mine, just for corpse disposal space, and they've built like a facade around it. So basically, think like a big slope up the side of a quarry. It's at the bottom. Kind of hollowed out of the side, yeah. What do you say to these folks as you approach them?
Well, I don't think I've beaten Duncan there or anything like that, but I'll say,
can I provide any services on behalf of the deceased?
I was gonna say, if we want to know the timing on this, I feel like Duncan steps out of the dark and is like, I am Duncan Danno of the Dawnbreaker. What happened to your friend here? And then you just hear over my shoulder, can I provide services? It looks like a demon walks out of the dark.
And the guards yell, oh shit! more of them, and draw their swords. And I'm going to need you to roll for initiative.
Hi, I'm Ryan LaPlante, and I'm one of the crazy founders of Dumb Dumbs and Dice, the production company that's made the video you're watching or the podcast you're listening to right now. Now, we're clearly busy. We're producing 5 weekly podcasts, a 6th event podcast, video event one-shots, and an additional video D&D campaign. But we want to take this time to invite you to become a part of our company and a part of our Patreon at patreon.com/dumbdumbdice. You can get access to our Discord, access to exclusive DM and character chats. You can get the chance to name characters in our shows and vote on the way their stories will progress. You can even become a recurring NPC and hear yourself interacting with our characters each week through the voice of Tom. You can become a patron for as little as $1, and there's great value for you at even that level. So please, join the Dumb Dumbs and Dice family and help us make even more content in a way that you are guaranteed to love. That's patreon.com/dumbdumbdice. DUMBDICE. So let's do something dumb together, and thanks for being part of our stories.
You are in search of the bones of the dead witch Agatha Drusilla, who could hopefully cast a little bit of light on the ramblings of Ravon, a prophecy that seemingly involves the three of you, though none of the three of you necessarily believe in such things. As a result, you've come to the town of Stone's Throw in search of the witch's body, only to be pointed to the Bastard Bin, a crypt built into the bottom of a quarry, where you now find yourselves at sword point from some town guard who are in the process of body bagging one of their compatriots. At the end of last session, I asked you all to roll for initiative. We know that Tyler rolled a 1. How did the rest of you do?
Do you want to know what it is? My
That's I know because
that's also a 1.
Tom, I hate to say it, but I also rolled a 1.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Dead serious.
Jesus Christ.
Wow.
Okay, I think I can safely say, I've never seen that in all of my years of playing D&D. And second, fuck this combat. They get the drop on you. To your shock and surprise, they are very good. They have you at sword point, and they force you to your knees. The guards kind of turn their blades towards the turtle man, and they're like,
me.
"We'll tell you the same things we told your damn skeleton friends. No one fucks with City Watch. We get minimum wage and maximum respect." And you realize that if you don't do anything, they are going to stab Makka through the throat. Time slows.
I was going to say, and Gwendolyn is not actually with us, because technically you never said you walked up to the group, so you're where Karen left. If that's far away, I don't know, Tom, up to you.
I was following you for sure. I mean, I went to hide behind a tree. I didn't say that, but that was in my head. And
it was in my head that I brought 2 submachine guns out and just shot everyone.
No. To be clear, I was hiding behind a tree, but I mean, I'm a freaking suit of armor, so.
All right, so
exactly.
we're all on our knees.
Listen, you bastards. If you're gonna violate the theater of the mind this hard, we will move to roll 20, and I will make you move hex by hex. So help me God.
Please, Tom. Please, Tom, no.
I was not hidden.
We'll
I was in
behave.
plain view. I'm just saying I was with y'all.
I will turn this game right around and drive it back to Fandelver.
So I wave at Gwendolyn that she should get to her knees like the rest of us, and now we're all on our knees.
I'm already at my knees. I was. They pushed me in with you.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was not hiding.
It's fine. It's all good. So yes, you have a moment before Makka takes the pointy end. What do you do?
I use my innate ability, shell defense, which is, as a turtle, I just retract into my shell and get +4 to my armor class. So I have armor up 21.
He tries to stab you, and your head just goes whoop. I imagine, because this is always how I imagine turtle shells falling, it does that hilarious like saucer spin where it's like whoop, 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 whoop.
Yeah.
And he lowers his sword and then just like awkwardly pokes at your shell. And he turns to his friend. He's like, well, that's new. It's different than the other skeletons.
All right, gentlemen, I just want to have a conversation here. So that's not a skeleton. That's a giant
demon.
That's a giant
Demon.
turtle. It's a turtle. So it's
Yeah.
like a turtle that can talk. Have you ever seen a turtle?
No. The other guy's like, yes, obviously. He's sorry. He doesn't get out much.
Okay, so like turtle, but big and can talk. He's also, he's got healing powers. Is your friend all the way dead? Maybe he could help you bring your friend back from the dead. Or if they're just injured, and maybe
He's
you
a
were wrong.
necromancer?
No.
And
no,
then both
he's
their
a
eyes are
healer.
like-
He is a healer. My name is Duncan Danno. I'm a Dawnbreaker. I'd never work with the necromancer. I'd never work with anyone evil.
Okay, so you're telling me there's a large human-sized talking turtle and you're a mystical guy from myth and legend. Okay, bud, sure.
My hands are-
Dawnbreakers.
my
Yeah, I'm a
hands are
Dawnbreaker
up.
too. And then he
And I
farts.
just spin my hands around to show the forearm carvings on the coppers on my forearms.
Okay, I'm gonna roll for them.
Tom,
Yes, Laura.
Would I also have those markings as like the original Dawnbreaker?
You don't. You have very basic. Oh, bear with me though. You have very basic
okay.
copper. Amala never added any flourishes to her armor, so it really is like hammered copper.
Yeah.
Eventually added to a proper chest plate, but like it is. Oddly, you actually have the most accurate version of it, but Duncan is from 1,000 years later, so by the time he had it, there were markings, and of course the nobility now, where to your eye as Gwendolyn, like they gilt them with gold, and it's like, oh, I have to use copper as the base, but like copper sucks, so like here's all the cool shit.
Right. Okay, cool.
But yes, you do. So I rolled a crit on. It's so nice to be able to flash 20s at the camera. I rolled a crit on his history check, and he's like, well, byproducts be damned. He's a copper. And the other guy's like, okay, but like, here's what I don't understand. What's a turtle, though? And he's like, shut up, Steve. Okay, hey, wow, okay, what is a dot? Are you here to help with the skeletons? They killed our friend, and they've been a few of us have fallen. The dead have risen, and he's like, I feel like the Necrotus is back, and then he's like
For the sake of full disclosure, wasn't aware of the skeletons until now, but now that I'm aware they exist, yes, I'm here to deal with the fucking skeletons.
It's like, all right, that's real good news, because we are.
I just chime in with, yeah, those bastards.
Hey, is there someone in there? What's with the gaps in that armor?
And my brain just.
It's magical armor sent in the form of Amala Kin Solaris. That's why it has the Elos blade, and I point to the sword.
And I brandish the sword. Hello.
The guy you're talking to is just like, holy shit. And Steve is like, okay, but turtles though. And he's like, fucking dude, wow, okay. And he actually like lays his blade on the ground, and drops to his hands and knees. And he doesn't like kiss your foot, but he does put a hand on it. And he just says, my mother's always used to tell me tales of the Bringer of Dawn and the Dawnbreakers, and I knew neither of them really believed it. I thought they were just trying to make our hard life better. But if it's you, if you're somehow even just channeling her, thank you for coming back to save us. And then he like wraps his arms around your leg and proceeds to hold it as though it's holding him to the earth itself.
I pat him on the head.
It's like it's a little bit like you're batting a basketball. It says like because I don't think you really understand how heavy your hand is yet.
Yeah. No.
But he takes it in the intent it was meant. And as he comes back up, sort of sitting back on his knees, he looks up at you with awe and reverence, and you can see tears in his eyes. And his friend Steve is just kind of like, isn't really quite sure what to do, so just kind of also puts his sword down, but then just kind of sits and looks expectantly. Vin, the man who is you've been speaking to, says, whatever I can do to assist you, please let me know. But yes, the dead have risen within the crypt. This is where Stone's Throw sends its worst and scariest, and the fact that all of the criminals from the town's history are risen is, needless to say, pretty concerning for us. We're not really, as I said, we're minimum wage, but maximum ability.
Respect.
Yeah,
Yes.
and ability.
Use the
We're
word respect.
yeah, I was gilding the lily a bit there. We may have maximum respect. We don't have maximum skill. As you can imagine, the lords keep us in line down here. So we've lost a few good friends down here. An entire party went missing last week. We're trying to keep it quiet so no one panics, and we're terrified of what the lords will do. Given all the fighting that's going on between them right now, we don't really want to bring it to their attention. But yes, it would seem that the crypt has risen.
Now, when did all this start?
A couple weeks back, we had a witch, a local practitioner of the dark arts that we dealt with, and she was the last one we added to the crypt. But a few weeks later, the dead rose. One of our regular inspections, we send people in to make sure no one's been in there. Teenagers and admittedly also 20-somethings, 30-somethings, 40-somethings, and all the way up the age range have been known to sneak into the crypts and bone. So we've sent out patrols to make sure that no one does anymore, and the patrol went missing, and that's when we realized there was a problem. One of our fiercest fighters, Shayla, she managed to make it out, but she was grievously wounded, and she succumbed to her injuries a few days later. But she was set upon by skeletons, and I didn't believe it, but I mean they got our pal Hermes here, and I don't know that there's anything we can do. But maybe you're a Dawnbreaker after all, and you have a haunted suit of armor and a giant turtle man. You already seem much more badass than us. Think you can take a look?
Seen Gwendolyn sort of like falter in taking charge of the situation, I think Duncan will stand and offer a hand to Vin for like one of those like pull you up by the forearm thing.
So Vin rises. Steve like gets up on his own kind of awkwardly. He's getting the sense that he really fucked up here. It's a little bit like I could have been a cool moment in history, and now I just feel like an asshole.
Yeah, and I think Duncan wants to like lessen that feeling. So once he's got Vin up, it's like he picks up Vin's sword and gives it to him, and returns Steve's sword to him as well, and kind of like gives him the same like forearm warrior grasp. And he's like, friends, we'll go down into the crypt, and we will strike down this foe if it is within our capacity. If we do not return by tomorrow, the dead fear the flame. Light torches, light bonfires, protect your village, but send word to whomever you must. This cannot be allowed to spread further. We'll
Steve
return
is
by
like
tomorrow
taking
night
notes
if we
on
can.
his hand. like fear flame. Yep, good. Tomorrow. Okay. Yeah, great.
Also, take your friend's body and burn it. I don't know what your local customs are, but burn it and nothing can arise from the ash.
Vin nods solemnly, and he leans down and just like puts a hand on the corpse's shoulder and kind of another hand on the side of his face, and he's like, "My friend, you did your very best, and Stone's Throw will not forget it." And then he kisses him on the forehead, stands back, pops the cork out of a flask, and he's like, "All I was saving this for retirement. And he pours it on the body and throws his torch down and lights him up. And the two of them stand kind of solemnly with their swords across their chest and watch him burn.
I will stand with them with my blade in the same position. And I will say, though you may not have been a Dawnbreaker, standing against a skeleton means you were a part of the eternal flame. May the Lord of Justice watch over you and ease your passing.
Makka, how do you feel about the burning of a body?
Makka will rise and join them standing before the pyre and just sort of solemnly just say,
What was this soldier's name?
I said it very quickly. Didn't catch it. I think it's
Hermes.
Hermes. Yes, thank you.
Hermes, your body now is reduced to ash, and you will be scattered by the wind. But that will not be the end of your story, for even as ash, you will give verdant life to the forest and the trees. And I thank you for your contribution to the cycle.
You see Steve's sword falter a little bit, and he kind of looks. He kind of turns and leans over to you, and he's like, "I didn't quite know what a turtle is, but I realize now that maybe it's comfort. Thank you." And then he like straightens back up and puts his sword back across his chest. Gwendolyn, you've risen, kind of watching this all happen. You're actually not very familiar with death. Death isn't really a thing that touched the palace very much. And honestly, life in Orville was pretty sanitized in kind of like modern terms. In North America, death is pretty sanitized. It's, sterile hospital rooms and everything else. But also, I don't think you've ever been to a funeral. Your mother passed giving birth to Nikos, but like it was such a pomp and circumstance royal affair that it was so full of pageantry that it didn't feel like anything. This is an entirely new experience for you, I think. What is Gwendolyn feeling watching this?
I think it kind of strikes her that like people who are kind of lower down in society would have such kind of thoughtful ways of honoring people that they care about and would like care so deeply. I think that kind of surprises her.
Well, and I think too, if we're talking about the difference between a royal funeral and this, there was something very detached about, and you were a kid, so it's also obviously like being a kid at a funeral is a different experience. But the royal funeral was so much about ritual and the act of showing grief, the performativity of grief, that I think also watching something that's actually just about honoring the person that they knew is so vastly different from what you experienced. Right. And given that was really the only funeral you'd been to, it's worlds different. Not even just like the class thing, I think is 100% something Gwendolyn would notice, but also how intimate this feels.
No, I think it's just like she wouldn't think that like people who are lower down would have anything more meaningful than the people who are higher up.
Totally. Love it.
Right?
So all of you watch as... Oh, sorry, you had something, Laura?
Well, I think I would be moved to kind of raise my sword and it kind of like it actually keeps rising magically, like, and hovers a little bit as I kind of reach towards it. And it just says like, in the name of Amala, we will avenge Hermes and all the fallen.
So I'm going to give you each 1 point of advantage for taking part in this and helping these City Watch, who you met as enemies initially, honor their dead. The three of you, alongside the two guardsmen, kind of stand in silence for a few moments, watching the embers kind of drift upward in an updraft. And after an appropriate amount of time has passed, you leave the guardsmen to continue to make sure that no one stumbles into this place by accident, and continue kind of the rites for their friend. And you begin to head into the crypt. So, the doors to the crypt are heavy stone that has been carved. You note that unlike most of the architecture you've seen to date, these aren't salvage. These have been clearly built for this purpose by a tremendous amount of effort and craftsmanship. On them, written in it's in common, but it looks a little bit off. So think if we're looking at like an English keyboard, like a North American English keyboard, it'd be like if the U and the O had like an umlaut over them, and like there were just some accents and things, or some more archaic. If you've ever seen the first folio from Shakespeare, the way printing was done then, F's looked like S's because they couldn't get that shape. So it's common, you can read it, but it just seems a little bit off to your eye. But on the door, it basically says, here we leave what was never wanted. And it's kind of like in big script across the doors, split down the center. The doors are slightly ajar. You can see they've been hurriedly kind of jammed to a point of almost being shut. But the guards were clearly more concerned about Hermes and trying to keep him alive. You make your way inside, and you can smell this sort of cold. I think if you've ever been in like a cold cellar, like just that smell of being kind of underground, it's earthy. That said, the air does not smell stale. So this isn't a crypt that has recently been breached. This is clearly something that has seen some traffic of late, which makes sense given what you've been told. What is your kind of marching order? How would you, the three of you, approach something like this? A dungeon, if you will.
Yeah. Given that it's a crypt, I feel Makka would be walking pretty confidently. It's in the earth. The earth feels good. The earth feels right. So unless somebody else wanted to lead, Makka would start heading in.
And I'm imagining Duncan would immediately fall silent and probably try to stick a little more to the shadows than the unafraid of death turtle. Mm-hmm. But he's probably keeping himself in position to kind of flank anyone who comes at Makka or Gwendolyn. Like he's, to the side and in the middle of the group, but ready for rapid reaction.
Yeah.
Gwendolyn, something I would like to hear your thoughts on, and I think have you consider, is you've gone from being someone incredibly squishy and vulnerable to being someone incredibly strong and like kind of unkillable in theory.
Yeah.
So something, because I don't know the answer to this, but I'd be curious to kind of see how it plays out, is how she begins to find her place in kind of an adventuring party, because mentally you're not the lead from the front person.
No, I'm like the hide while the guards take care of
100%, but now realistically you are. So I'm not saying you should do it now, but something I would encourage you to kind of play with is how comfortable you become. And also, again, admittedly, the three of you haven't really fought together very much. There's still not really a sense of combat flow yet, but just keep that in mind.
Yeah. I've got my greatsword like out in front of me, but I'm kind of shrinking down a little bit. I'm still not sure.
Do you carry your sword at your hip or on your back? Hip? Okay, cool.
Yeah.
I think right now you don't have a sheath for it because your human body was the sheath. So I think it's
weak.
Yep. Well, that's how we roll. I think Gus, between Gus and Duncan, you're able to fashion an improvised like leather toggle that you can slide it through, but like you're gonna need
loop, but not a scabbard.
You're gonna need a scabbard at some point, but right now it'll do. So
Tom, I think I have great news for you.
Yes.
I don't think any of us have dark vision.
Yay!
No.
There you are, Peter.
Just a question: could I carry a greatsword on my hip? Would it fit?
Yes.
Or would it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. All right. I just wasn't sure if it was too long.
No. It's at an angle. It's at a pretty sharp angle.
Yeah.
And like I think.
Okay.
It's probably the kind of situation where you've got to keep a hand on the pommel.
Yeah.
Interestingly, Amala wasn't a sword fighter. Because she was a miner, she fought with like a war pick. So the armor and also like height wise, she wasn't a tremendously tall lady. So yeah, Elos, they were a tall person.
Okay.
But like they were a very like tall, imposing warrior. So no, this greatsword is a little awkward. That's a good point. But I think you're already, partially because you're soul bonded to it, you're naturally finding the way to walk with it.
Cool.
I don't know if you've ever had to wear a sword for theater or anything else, but it is funny how fast.
Not.
So I've worn like a broadsword on my hip before, and it's fascinating how fast your body learns how to maneuver it. And honestly, it's very nice. It's a nice place to rest your hand. But I think you're quickly finding how to work it, even though you've never used it. Your body just kind of knows because it's bonded to it, so it just feels like part of you.
Is it pitch black in here, Tom, or how dark are we talking?
Yes, it is. Well, no, actually, it isn't. There are torches burning at very irregular spots. They're burning low. We'll say maybe not torches. Let's think candles that are lit. You get the sense that they're those giant motherfucking thick candles whose purpose is to burn for an extraordinarily long time, but they burn at a glow, not a brightness. So it's the wick has clearly been soaked in wax. Like it really is if someone was to come to pay their respects, we want to make sure it's okay, but
no one's paying their respects in the bastard bin, are they? So it's probably pretty low light.
They also admittedly
except for like Karen creeping around.
Yeah, I mean, she's like, I want to see who I'm boning. But no, there is some dim light, at least in this section. You can tell that this is a converted mine, so it isn't exactly just like a massive, like it's not like a classic like D&D crypt where it's just like, oh, this was tooled for this. It's a mine that ran dry that's been converted. Yeah, exactly. So in this first kind of entryway, there are a couple of these dim candles flickering. You can see that some wood slats have been laid down to kind of create somewhat of a pathway or something to walk across along. And you can see some rusted out, broken mining equipment. Like you can see on closer inspection that these slats were part of a track originally, but that the tracks have been like pried off it, and now people have added extra wood to give you enough of a pathway down. This area is clearly a little too irregular. It leads on a downward slope. The ceiling is very circular, like it's not carved out properly, and this area would be almost impossible to stow a body in. So instead, there are you can see that there are pictures, very drawn in a very kind of crude style, that line both walls that seem to sync up with various justice-based ideas and virtues. And you get the sense it's almost like if you see like stained glass in a modern church that is around a theme, all of these seem to be around a theme of punishment and justice. It leads down about 60 feet and then opens up into a larger space.
Makka takes this in, but he does proceed down the only pathway and heads towards the open space.
I assume the two of you are following?
Correct.
Oh, yes. Following quite closely.
And if it starts to get like dark enough that we could be surrounded or in danger at any point, Tom, I do have a hooded lantern that I would take out and light in a targeted way.
Right. Yep, that makes
I've got
perfect
torches,
sense.
but maybe a hooded lantern is better.
Tom, does the candle on my helm still have like a wick?
That's
It
a
was
really
totally
good point.
burnt down.
It's burnt. Think of it as like a small sloping candle. So it's been burnt down. It does have a wick. Yeah, this is an interesting point. Jurassic World pretty much sucks, but there's a moment in it that I thought was like pretty amazing, and it's when the kids are stuck in the old Jurassic Park pavilion, and they find the "When Dinosaurs Ruled the World" banner, and they just like rip it up and turn it into a torch. And as a huge Jurassic Park nerd, I was like, oh fuck, but also like, but yeah, that's honestly the best example of archaeology I've ever seen, where it's just like, oh, this has no value to me. This is just a thing I found. So this is basically a holy candle, but it actually doesn't mean anything to you. So yeah, you could 100% light that candle. You could also replace it with a different one. So here's my question to you.
I wouldn't say it means nothing, but kind of.
All right. Well, then I think like it's fair.
Like I can use it. I think.
Yeah. All right. So
practical.
I think it's dim enough, Ryan, that I think a hooded lantern would be in order. Also because these are think if we're in this long passage, there are 4 candles. So it's like walking down a dark street where there aren't that many street lights, where it's just like there's one pool of light, massive darkness, one pool of light. And yeah, Laura, if you want to go ahead, and again, there's nothing actually holy or sacred about this candle. It's just a piece of history that people talk about.
Right.
Alternatively, if you wanted to, for whatever reason, save this candle, you could pull it off, but you don't have anything to replace it with yet.
Right. Okay.
Unless we take one of the candles off the wall, right?
They're too big. They're like, think like votive candles are the wrong example, but like these things are, those like double-sized cans you can get, whether it's like soup or like huge thing of tomatoes. It's like that wide and tall. So these are like column candles because they admittedly don't really want to replace them very often. Just fuck these people.
I think if we've got the hooded lantern, if that's casting enough light, I won't light it for now, but I wanted to.
Yes, 100%. And again, like, if you ever find yourself in somewhere where you can buy things, like stocking up on candles would mean that you basically have a headlamp.
Cool.
And again, it's not a light. It's like a candle with a small reflective shell behind it. Yeah, great. So Ryan, do you light up your hooded lantern?
Yeah, I got to do that so we know what the hell's going on. I mean, skeletons aren't known for their stealth, but they are known for their great number and an ability to hold still. So, yeah, light sounds good.
So how are you guys approaching it? I know, like, Makka, you're kind of talking about just sort of walking into this space because it actually feels comfortable and to some extent homey to you. Are you doing this with stealth, or are you just kind of walking regularly? I know you have your weapons kind of at the ready, but I'm just curious about what the intent, I guess, is.
There's no stealth, I don't think. I think it's just walking carefully, so that walking...
So caution, not
attentively.
Stealth.
Yeah, caution, not stealth. That's,
I would say Duncan would probably, if Gwendolyn would be willing to take the lantern, give the lantern to Gwendolyn so that he's free to like stealth and ambush as necessary.
Yeah, and Gwendolyn, based on the strength of the armor, like one-handing a greatsword is no issue for you. Cool. Okay. I'm not a huge fan of the idea of passive perception. It's a pretty big idea in 5e, but I prefer rolls. So Ryan, given that I think you're actually the only one who would be doing this, can you please roll me a perception check? Yes. It would be a disadvantage, but you've got the hooded lantern now, so you've got enough going on.
19.
Damn, son. That is better than the initiative you rolled.
Yeah, it's die rolls, man. They could be a real bonus or a kick in the dink.
Yep. So you notice that as you kind of come down the... track essentially and it starts to level out, you can see that the sort of dust and dirt at the bottom of the track has been disturbed quite a bit. You can see that the way the mine worked, there's kind of a central nexus point with an old decommissioned sort of like large circular, essentially Lazy Susan, those like junction things to help turn trains to different tracks. So there's one of those in the center of the room that has clearly been kind of like bolted shut. But there are 3 distinct track pathways that lead off of this. You can tell that this was kind of the central processing area. There's bins on either side. You can tell that when they converted it, they didn't really, since this was meant to be kind of a place to dump assholes, they didn't spend a lot of time beautifying it or ritualizing it. So there seem to be 3 distinct pathways. However, you can see a dim light from the one on your left. And it seems to be brighter than these column candles. It seems to almost be torchlight.
All right, so seeing that, I will reach out with a hand and like rest it on Makka's shoulder, and then just like when I have his look, just gesture down that hallway and remain silent, because Duncan is not paranoid, but just cautious, and as the guy who would have to dive in front of a bullet, wants to be aware of where bullets could come from. And then he'll turn and give kind of Gwendolyn the same gesture in the same direction to kind of head down towards the light.
Okay, so you're going down the light path?
Yeah, whatever was the most lit, because it seems to stand out the most.
Cool. So you start to make your way down, and Makka, the feeling of sort of hominess and comfort that you've had from this space starts to dissipate a bit. I want to figure out how we can roll it might be a religion, but I kind of want to figure out how we can roll a cluster check for you. So if you're kind of reaching out, I'm imagining the sort of the essence of the cluster being similar to something like the Force.
I would call it a religion.
Religion check.
Or,
so
or
go ahead
nature.
and roll me
religion or nature.
well, whichever one you would like, because ultimately this is very much a you thing. So pick which one you want to use moving forward, and then when I give you these, we'll go with that.
Can you give me an idea of what you as a DM would normally ask a nature roll for?
Honestly, this from a character
Then
like
that works
you.
For me. That works. That's fine.
Great.
So I'll do nature then.
Because normally I would use nature for something like if you're in the forest and you see a dead tree and it doesn't make sense that this tree is dead, that'd be a nature check. If you're trying to find berries that you could eat, that'd be a nature check. But because the way you deal with decomposition and death is nature-based, I would argue more so than religion. Like you're a mushroom, fungi, and decomposition guy. Like, yeah. So go ahead and roll me a nature check, please.
15.
All right. So the sense of, even though this isn't how you handle death at all, the idea of a crypt is so incredibly alien to you. Because why would you do anything with a body other than, even burning a body seems weird, but like putting it in a box, although you haven't seen any yet, so I don't think that's quite settled in. Yeah. You don't feel that sense down this path at all. It whatever kind of sense of, oh, this is a place of rest is gone. It now feels much the same as the town or Orville or any of the places you visited in Bleen that you hated, that you kind of stayed on the edges of it. It feels lived in to some extent.
I guess then it's at this point that it occurs to Makka that, like, there's no... This place is constructed and built to, like, prevent rot, in a sense. And that is strange, and why would you delay that part of the process, that inevitability? And so that's a little unnerving. So I think he gets a little... His hackles, so to speak, are a little up about that, as it occurs to him what a crypt's sort of true purpose is, and that this space is not being used to keep the dead so that they can decompose and provide life, but to just literally keep the dead. It seems greedy almost.
Yep.
So he'll approach carefully,
Okay.
and maybe I think go for stealth now, for fear of what he might discover.
So, Ryan, I'm going to say, based on the way that you work, I think, or in the way that Duncan works, the minute you see him start to slow, you immediately match. I think you fought shoulder to shoulder with enough people to know that A, your style is best if it's either one-on-one combat or making use of other distractions. So the second you see him slow, you start to. Gwendolyn, can you roll me a perception check, please, to see if you recognize what these two like career warriors are doing?
Totally. 11.
Sorry, man. You continue to kind of like clunk down the stairs, and I think as they both kind of slow into like, oh no, you just walk right past them. And before you realize you've done so, you find yourself at the bottom of the stairs in what would have been just like a kind of a large cavern that would have been used for mining, but is now clearly, and sorry, it's not that large, it's like mid-sized cavern. It ends in a closed wall, and instead there are wooden frames built along the walls that you could inter bodies in. And it's not like it's definitely not like a French catacombs situation. It's definitely not like it's like we throw them in a box, and we shove the box on the shelf. It's a weird, and this is something that's always fascinated me about like how Western society deals with death, but it's like we had to put them in a box and put them somewhere. So we're still like trying to be disrespectful, but we're also scared of not being respectful. So
right.
Here they are. Looking around, you can actually see there are two full torches that have been placed in iron holders in the walls that are burning bright. A number of the coffins have been slid out, and it seems as though the tops have been broken off of them. And you
from the inside,
you can't tell. There's just splintered wood everywhere.
Okay.
And you. In the middle of this, there's the natural walls that have racks. In the center of the room, there's a massive kind of double wide rack that's been constructed. It's essentially a shelf in the middle of the room. So you don't have full visibility of the whole cavern. You can tell it does end at the back, though. Like there isn't another pathway that leads down. And as soon as you clink your way in, you can hear a rattle of bones. And it just sounds, it's that classic, like, dem dry bones, kind of like rattle, 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 rattle. Like, you can hear the sound of bone on bone and a scraping of metal. Roll for initiative.
Ooh, 11.
I'll just add a 1 to your previous score. It's easier for me to just change your failure to success. Tyler,
nice.
What'd you get?
7 for Makka.
I'll turn your 1 into a 7. Also easy to do. Ryan.
4.
Oh my God, we did it. No one had a circle.
Yeah, not only did Gwendolyn just go past us, I would say she probably shoved us both out of the way to get to the bottom of the stairs.
Yeah, but it was I don't even think it was a shove. It's just like, again, like being...
tried to move gently, but weighs 400 pounds.
Well, I was going to say, like...
I'm like 4 times, like,
I was going to say, human who went to armor, it's like you're basically just
Yeah.
Ben Grimm being like, oh, sorry, stretch.
Yeah.
Like, you're just...
Yeah, you thought if you turned sideways you could fit, only it still just knocked us both into the walls.
Yeah, so you blow past both of them.
And I just say, whoops, sorry.
Yeah, all right. So, yeah, you notice you did it, but you reach the bottom, you hear the rattle of bones, and the dead come to meet you. Stalking around the side of one of these columns is a massive skeleton. It's like... I'm trying to think what... You know Rattleshirt in the Game of Thrones show where they used him for like one episode and he died? But like he was like a big fucking thing. So like big scary Mortal Kombat face skull, big bones, hanging jaw, carrying just a massive battle axe, starts stalking towards you. And to your surprise, one of the first things it does is knock the torch off. So the torch kind of hits the ground and sputters out and rolls away, and the room plunges into darkness, at least on this side. The other side's still lit, but that was the brute skeleton's turn, which brings us, weirdly, the skeletons also rolled badly. So, Gwen, You've just seen, like, the last thing you saw was this skeleton kind of, like, turn its massive skull towards you and then knock, like, in the shadows, and then knock the light out.
How far away was it?
It's about 20 feet away from you.
You also have a hooded lantern that you're carrying because you have the group's only light.
That's right. Ryan, what's the range on a hooded lantern? Do you know?
I don't know off the top of my head, but I can look it up.
I can look it up as well.
Seconds.
I'm the DM. This is my fault. Hooded lantern.
Well, it's the joy of the burglars pack.
I'm really glad Google realized when I just typed in hooded lantern that I meant the D&D version, not the actual thing. 30 to 60.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
so
nice.
60 if you open the hood. So because it's hooded, it's 30. So Laura, can you?
I think I kind of tentatively like put it in front of me, like kind of lift it up, like my arm shaking.
Yeah, but you're like spooky Ebenezer Scrooge. You're holding up the lantern, but like behind it is a massive sword. Laura, go ahead and roll me a perception check, please, at disadvantage.
Oh no, my perception's already so great. Oh dear. Oh yeah, well, 3.
Spooky skeleton, you can see him.
Okay. Then I think what I'll do is I'll I'm gonna make my sword. Just because I'm so scared and I don't want to get close, I'm gonna make my sword fly at the thing and take a strike at it by itself. Because it's a soul-bound weapon, baby, and I can do that.
One of my favorite things about new games is I don't know what any of your best scores are. I also don't know what the homebrew weapons do. Okay, cool, flying sword.
So as a bonus action, I can make it fly up to 50 feet and make one attack. So I'm gonna do that.
Can you do that every turn?
It's a bonus action.
But I think
it doesn't. There's nothing that says it can't. Like
I think the way we'll deal with it though is if you do that, then any attacks you're making that round after you've thrown it are like fists.
Swordless.
Oh, I can't make it come back because I can do that as a bonus action.
I think
too.
what he's
you only
saying
get.
is
What I'm saying is you get one bonus action per round. So what you can do is
per round.
you can
Yeah,
throw
yeah,
your sword, have it attack, but then any other attacks you're doing that round, you're punching.
Yes. So my defense is all.
Otherwise, you could
hands.
sword
Gotcha.
strike, throw sword, sword strike, throw sword, and it gets crazy.
Like otherwise,
no,
you're
no.
Kratos in the new God of War game. We're just like slash.
And I think that's how it's supposed to work because it's like the bonus action is do that or return.
100%. But also, admittedly, like there's a lot of fun to the idea of just like go get them, and as you go, you can also figure out what other weapons you want to equip yourself with for situations where you've tossed away your sword, like the blades of chaos. I don't know. Anyway, go ahead and throw your sword.
All right, I'm rolling.
Laura, what does Gwendolyn say as she does this? I feel like if you're gonna throw a sword at someone, you gotta have some kind of like.
I was also going to say, do you know you can do this, or are you just throwing a sword at something thinking you're scared?
I don't think so. I mean, I feel like this connection to the sword.
Well, and I'll say in terms of.
I think that's kind of, it's more of a feeling rather than a conscious
and
thought.
I think in terms of the way Soulbound works and the way we've been talking about how the Elos Blade works with you now that your soul's kind of bound to it, is it's less like consciously I will throw a sword and more like ideally what sword fighting is supposed to be, which is if the weapon is an extension of me, my intent is I want to hit that. And so it's almost like you thrust your hand out and the blade flies out of it rather than like a axe toss. Yeah, great.
Totally. All right, well that's a 9.
I mean, the intent is good. The execution is poor.
Oh, and what I yell is, ah! I'll probably come up with something great later, but for now,
it's adorable. You think you're going to survive past this combat with a roll like that. So you throw your sword, and even though the intent is there, there's also something to the idea that one of the weird parts of learning combat or throwing knives or throwing axes or basically anything is doing it in a safe enclosed space, similar to what we're talking about, Ryan, with like the bad Dawn Guard. Your intent is I will hit that, I'm going to throw this, but you actually just don't have the training to hit it. It's the intent is there and you throw, but it's like firing a gun if you've never fired a gun. Like it kicks and you're like, your swords are heavy. So your sword flies just past the dead torch, clatters off the wall, and like spins away into the darkness. And you just hear. You still have an action. And a movement, for that matter.
Yes, I do. I think I want to run away to the side that's lit by the light.
Cool.
Because I'm afeared.
So, having thrown your sword dramatically, you do what every great hero does. You run like a coward into the lit side to see 4 skeletons. 3 of whom are sitting around a table with cards in their hands, and a bunch of like poker chips and gold on the table, and one who appears to be pissing against a wall. And it turns and looks at you and goes, which brings us to.
Wait, can I still have an action?
You do still have an action.
Can I reach the pissing skeleton?
No, man. You literally ran around a corner, and at the far end you can see this.
Okay, that's fine. That's it.
What is coming out of the pissing skeleton? I must know.
Piss.
It's pissing.
Well,
It
it's
is
just.
piss. So it's literally
From
urine
where?
coming out of like a hip
Is
bone.
it just dribbling out of a pelvis?
Tyler, you're not there. You can't see. You're currently
must know.
at the
Tyler's
stairs.
asking questions for the viewers.
I know.
God,
So yeah, but Tyler has to run around the corner.
Where did the skeleton get the piss to pour down its ribs and pelvis and spine?
Look, all she can
Like,
see
where
is a
is
skeleton
kidneys?
facing away from her, pissing on a wall. Tyler, it is Makka's turn.
Tyler abandons combat because Makka wants to see a pissing skeleton.
Makka must know.
that Makka is
Can you
not
just
aware
use
of.
it? Just use your entire turn to ask about the pissing.
Stranger things have happened.
Makka will turn to Duncan and say,
It is, as you say, the dead fear flame. And Jossie has deigned to bless me with an appropriate response to these foes.
and I cast Flaming Sphere.
On the brute skeleton, or
We can only see the brute, right?
yeah. You've only been made aware of the brute.
Yeah.
So on the brute
but
skeleton.
Yeah, basically solving two problems in that there is a giant skeleton, and also he put out the light.
Yeah.
So I cast Flaming Sphere. A 5-foot diameter sphere of fire appears in an unoccupied space of my choice within 60 feet.
Yep.
I'm going to ballpark it around where I saw him. And it lasts for up to 1 minute. It's a concentration spell. So any creature that ends its turn 5 feet, within 5 feet of the sphere, must make a dex saving throw. The creature takes 2d6 fire damage on a failed save.
Okay. I think it's fair to make him do that immediately because he's clearly there. I know it's at the end of your turn thing, but
It's always weird when you can pop fire up and it doesn't work until later.
yeah, it's like, oh, I'm good. Oh no, now I'm less good. Like, no. Okay, so the brute skeleton, who was chuckling in the darkness, is suddenly broadly lit and rolls a dex save. Oh, fuck. Yeah, does not pass.
Okay. So that's 2d6 fire. Ooh, that's a good one. That's not a good one. It's a total of 6 fire damage.
Oh, not bad. Not bad at all. All right. So you see the brute skeleton lurch back going, ow, it burns, fuck! And can you roll me a perception check, please?
Yeah. That's just a 7.
7. You see the skeleton lurch back into the dark. It's the fire is casting like a beautiful glow around the room. It's still like there's enough shadow that it's not like brightly lit, but it lurches back into the shadow, like screaming with its like mighty axe raised in the air.
As a bonus action, I would like to control where the sphere goes and direct it after him.
No, why? Cool. So he'll have to deal with that next turn. That brings us to Ryan.
All right, so
The other skeletons rolled tremendously badly.
Duncan has a...
Yeah.
This is a weird situation because he watched the princess statue set down a hooded lantern, throw a sword, and then run away. And Makka
Laura, did you put the lantern down?
I never put.
No,
the
she's
you
running with
still
that
have the
lantern. Yep.
I've got it.
Okay, yeah, I thought you said you set it down. Okay, so that's fine.
No.
And the flame is chasing the skeleton. Well, you know what? Sometimes you just got to figure out where the big guys. Can I see the brute still, or is it behind a column, or what is
He's
it?
in dim, like he just stumbled back into the dark because he was on fire. Now the fire's chasing him. So yes, you can very clearly see him. To get close to him will mean being close to the fire.
Yeah,
I'm not going to allow any
like.
okay, I go 3, and then I go diagonal, and then I go 1, 2, and then I go around.
I wouldn't want to do that shit anyways. I
My
think
man.
what I'd like to do is get off the stairs and into the room, and I can only see the big guy, right? So I'll level the pistol at the big guy, and I'd like to ready my action so that if, like, I've got my pistol raised, but I'm not shooting, I'll just decide to shoot, and then I just want to yell, like, skeletons normally don't talk, so... What the fuck is going on? You want to have a conversation? Maybe we don't have to kill you.
You hear a clacking of bones.
Well, so much for oh fuck. I'll just wait until I have a shot.
Great. That brings us to the skeletons. Gwendolyn, the skeletons flip their table. Poker chips go everywhere. They grab weapons, and the 3 of them rush you. The one who's pissing is finishing off. There's still a sense of propriety. What is your AC?
It is 20.
Cool. Even without your sword? I mean, I guess that doesn't matter, eh?
Yeah.
You're made of metal.
Because it increased at level 3.
Oh, it's so interesting. It didn't increase at level 2. What a great adventure level 2 was.
Yeah, I know, right?
All right, so they're going to rush up to you and start swinging at you with their blades.
Cool.
Level 10, she has armor 27.
Yeah, at level 10, she just gets to go home. She just did it. It's great. They just place a crown on your head. They're like, yeah, fuck it, you did it. All right, so 2 of them hit, actually, because I rolled damn good. One of them, however, just like swings mightily at you, and his sword just like, it's a scimitar, so it's meant for slicing, and it just like hits the side of you. And similar to what you observed yesterday, it's the Jackie Chan wobble arm, and it's the first time, I think, because the first time you thought might be a fluke. This time you're like, oh, yeah, okay, this is who I am now. Interesting. Oh man, double 6s, balls. So that is 16 points of damage. Which brings us back to the top of the round with the brute. So the brute is being chased by fire, and it is just going to swing its axe at the fire because, what you going to do? All right, he rolled a 14. It doesn't matter because it's a ball of fire. And then he's got to roll a dex save to get out of the way. What is the
13?
Does not. I rolled a 10. So what is your...
It's 2d6 fire.
Bad day to be a skeleton brute.
That's 4 more fire damage.
All right. Swinging the axe, the skeleton just yells, "Why won't you die, fire dick?" And just swings back through. And it's like watching a child throw a temper tantrum. It's clearly very like petulant and useless as the skeleton swings its axe through the blade, through the ball. Can both of you roll me perception checks, please? And actually, Laura, you can as well, since you're staring at
Sure.
That's a 9
a bunch of
this
skeletons.
time.
6.
10.
And sorry, Laura, that was 10. All right.
Can I roll with advantage? I'll use my my inspiration.
Sure.
Because I feel like this is an important role. You keep asking us to do it. There we go. So that's a 21.
As you see the brute continue to like swing his axe through, you can actually see that the fire seems to have caught onto him, but not the bones. The darkness between the bones, and you can see small fires beginning to light and burn, and the skeleton's like screaming and slapping at them. And as you see it look down, you can see that the jaw is actually hung from thread, and there seems to be like a black cowl underneath it.
Ooh.
I will yell out,
These are mortals, wearing the remains of the dead.
No, we're not. We're skeletons.
They may be skeletons. They seem confident. The confidence that comes with undeath.
Here's the wonderful thing about undead. Skeleton, mortal, all you gotta do is remove the un. And then
Brings us to Gwendolyn. Gwendolyn, you have 3 skeletons, and as you hear Makka yell that, you look, and yeah, you can see they're wearing like jumpsuits under the bones.
Okay.
They look a bit like Annie from that episode of Community where they threw the Day of the Dead party.
Okay.
yeah.
Thanks, bud.
Then I think I'm just gonna take the closest one because I think having just been hit and like, I mean the one kind of glanced off me. I'm like, do you know what? I'm protected a little bit. I think I'm just gonna do a slam attack on the one closest to me.
Fuck yeah.
Which is basically me just like kind of full on just like running to them and slamming into them.
That's awesome.
It's like a body slam, basically. That's all it is.
Come on and slam. Welcome to the jam.
Yeah. I'm rolling like shit today. That's
You
10.
do have inspiration from observing
Amazing
funeral rites.
inspiration. That was a natural one, so there goes that inspiration.
says
So
no
it was a
bueno.
10.
10 will not do it. You try to slam, but again, the challenge you're facing still is that you're not built for this body. This is weird.
No.
And what's funny is I think in your head you're like, well, fuck it. Here's like I'll just throw myself at them because I'm heavy. But you threw yourself in a Gwendolyn way. So like arms back and just like and then as metal you just like slammed and like rolled against the sort of median wall rack of skeletons.
Yeah.
They're all like clearly humans wearing skeleton suits, so they just moved the way you would if something fell.
Yeah. And then kind of in desperation I reach out to my sword.
What do you
as a bonus
yell
action.
though?
I said,
to the horror of everyone who believes in heroism and legend, your sword flies sort of pommel first through 2 boxes of skeletons, shattering them into your hand. You are the best scared Thor anyone has ever seen. Jesus Christ. All right, Makka.
She'll get better at this, I'm sure.
This is the last episode of the series. It's fine. Makka.
Can I run over to Gwendolyn, or are we too far apart now? For like one turn of movement?
You've still been you've been at the base of the stairs this whole time, right?
Basically haven't moved yet.
Yeah, so then you 100% can go join.
Okay, so I'm gonna run to Gwendolyn.
Yep.
And for my action, I'll cast Cure Wounds.
Oh, damn.
So the ball of flame is gone because you're casting a different spell, right? Is that how concentration works?
No.
Only if you cast a different concentration
yes.
spell.
Got it. I always get confused on concentration rules. That was a question for Ryan.
Sorry,
I appreciate you
Valentine
advocating for
remembers.
Skeleton Brute. He appreciates it.
Ooh, so that's
He's a
full
well-meaning
roll.
boy, you know?
That's maximum healing right there. You can enjoy a choice, sumptuous 13 points of healing.
I was going to say,
Thank you. Lovely.
what does healing or getting injured feel like for an animated suit of armor full of air?
We may not integrate well because my whole thing is like, you are showered with spores.
To your surprise, Tyler, the spores kind of hit the suit of armor. And again, you just feel that dim bulb feeling. And similar to the, I can't pronounce this word, synesthesia? Is that
Yep.
feeling you had before, Laura? Suddenly you can feel like almost like a sigh. like you can't breathe anymore, but you remember kind of what that sensation is. And as you look down, you actually see spores start to kind of like knit up the dent in your armor, and just kind of push it back out, and then you feel better. I think ultimately the way I kind of want to play health with the armor suit is not like every hit like dents or breaks you, because but more so just the essence of you begins to dissipate each time it's hit. It's not that the armor itself is necessarily taking that much damage, it's that your sense of self is disintegrating. It's a little bit of the Matrix thing, where if you get hurt in the Matrix, you get hurt in real life.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Your brain just can't handle not taking damage from a sword.
Cool, man.
My bonus action is to back the flame sphere up and then run it into the guy again. And Makka will loudly declare,
Surrender or face the flame.
to like the three other skeletons that he's with Gwendolyn now.
So they're pretty scared. But they yell back, "We're skeletons, and down here everything is half, so we're gonna fight for what's ours." That brings us to Duncan.
All right, so I can't see the brute, right?
No, you can, I think, at this point now. Like, Tyler just ran the fireball into him again. So, yes, you've got good eyes on him.
Cool. So now I've heard that there are multiple other skeleton voices, and I'm aware that they are people in skeleton costumes, which pisses Duncan off to no fucking end. Because, man, Dawnbreakers are basically exist solely to fight necromancy. It would be, again, like people covered in goo with blades for fingers killing civilians. You're just like, heroism. So I think in this case, he's almost
I kind of want that on a t-shirt. Heroism.
Yeah. So I think he flings the cape back over one shoulder. He's already got his pistol up and he's marching forwards and he just yells, "These are the Dawnbreakers. Surrender or your sentence is death." And if he does not see them immediately hit the floor,
they do not.
He shoots the brute in the head is what he's going for.
Go ahead and roll, brother.
There's a little bit of Judge Dredd in him.
Damn.
And that is a 17 to hit.
Yep.
Beautiful. Then I'm gonna shoot him. What's the damage here?
Fine, I miss the sounds of the dice rolling.
Yeah, well, too bad.
I mailed you those dice, Ryan.
These are the sounds
mailed them to you.
These are the sounds of the future. All right.
I like it.
That
That's the
is.
sound for you, Laura.
Here, Tyler, roll one for me.
Yeah. I don't know if that might
Thanks. Thank you.
There you go.
There you go. Thanks, man.
That is 10 piercing damage.
He had exactly 10 left, so it goes through his eye and out the back. And it's funny. You've never seen a skeleton bleed that much. So he falls backwards. His axe hits the ground, and the fireball just rolls over him, and the body incinerates.
Oh.
Justice is served.
Brings us to the skeletons. So things are getting real down here for the skeletons. That said, there are a bunch of bandits dressed as skeletons who have been living in a mine with no exit. So they're going to continue to swing. Tyler, you moved right up with them, right?
I moved up to Gwendolyn for a contact spell of Cure Wounds.
Great, so you're together. All right, so the pissing skeleton zips up his fly and grabs a musket, and he's going to try and shoot you. What is your AC?
It is 19.
All right, so he's going to hit you for 13 points of damage as a musket ball strikes you squarely in the chest. And you hear one of them be like, "Thanks for joining the fight, dick!" The remainder are going to swing at you, Gwendolyn. So that is fuck, man. I am rolling very well. 2 hits.
Okay.
That is.
I'd like to use an essence point if it helps. I mean, to reduce the result of one of the enemy die rolls.
Okay, by how much?
By 1.
Sorry, man. No dice.
Damn. That's all I can
Hey,
do.
it was worth a try. So as one of the skeletons swings a mace at you, Tyler?
Yeah, sorry. I want to get this in there. Sorry, I also just got a little bit of a
Dramatic
lag
freeze.
But am I lagging? Is that what you're looking at me like that? I am. Okay. How are we doing now? Yeah?
You're back.
Yeah,
Okay, there
you're
we go.
good.
Yeah.
Hey.
I vocalized my suspicions that I was lagging by the way your faces all freeze. It was like, I'd like to use a new ability that I have. It's a reaction, so I do use it on someone else's turn.
Go for it.
But it's called Halo of Spores. And basically, if any enemies come within 10 feet of me, since I'm beside Gwendolyn, they need to make... let me make sure I get this right. They need to make a... Oh, no, it's just a reaction. Oh, no, it does need a Constitution saving throw. So it needs to... they need to beat a 13. Or else they'll take poison damage from my poisonous spores.
So the guy with the rifle is fine. One of the other guys is fine. Two of them are not. So you go ahead, Master Chief, and have your Halo fun.
Thanks. So that's 4 poison damage. Excuse me, 4 necrotic damage.
Good thing they're undead. And the guys who saved, they take half? Is usually how this sort of stuff goes?
No.
Their
they
skeleton
don't take any
costumes
damage.
are unharmed, but
They don't take any damage
okay.
when they pass. Yeah.
Fair enough. So the two who inhale the spores are coughing violently, and look fairly fucked up by that. You get the sense they might not have much HP. Cool. Okay. So Laura, you are going to take 12 points of damage from the two who got through, and that brings us to the top of the round. The brute's body continues to burn.
Yes.
Gwen, you have your you've got your sword back. The Elos blade is in your hands, and you are surrounded by 3 skeleton guys who are kind of trying to beat down on you. The musketeer is still a little ways away. What do you do?
I will. I think Pistoly guy. I don't like him, or the
musket guy.
Wait. No. What are the 3 guys? That are
So you have
close to
3
me?
close combat.
Have they been distinguished in any
No,
way?
they're just there's the 3. I mean, the only distinguishing factor we have now is the pissing guy who has the rifle. So
Okay, yeah. Do you know? I'll take a big old swing at pissing guy.
he's further away because he didn't rush up to you.
Well, god damn it. Then the closest fucker, because I'm not really thinking, I'm more just like...
You know what? The closest fucker also had to piss at some point in his life, so technically you are killing
I'm
the
sure he
pissing
did.
guy.
if you hit him hard enough, maybe he'll piss now.
Maybe. If I can freaking land a blow, I've been rolling like shit. God, fine. 16.
That will hit,
to hit.
yes.
Yay! Okay. And that is... And I rolled well. 11 slashing damage.
You cut him in half.
Ah.
Turns out the only weakness of the undead was getting cut in half. He falls apart in a very messy, very human mess.
Oh.
Bringing us to Makka. There are
how many enemies are left?
There are 2 who are locked in close combat with Gwendolyn, and there is the pissing guy with the musket who is a bit further back.
Okay. I will...
Keep in mind, sorry, the one thing to add, though, is that the center rack doesn't go all the way to the wall, so there is a gap back there if you want to try and roll your fireball around. Just as an FYI.
Yes. As a druid, I have the ability to wild shape, transform into another beast. I'm not going to do that.
You just...
Thanks for the memo.
As a circle of spores druid, I can burn a wild shape to use an ability called symbiotic entity. Yeah.
Okay, sure.
So
Wow.
I channel magic into my spores that are sort of constantly hovering around me now as an action. And so that does two things immediately, or a few things. It gives me 5 temporary hit points for each level I have in Druid, so I immediately gain 15 temporary HP, which is
Not gonna save
nice.
Gwendolyn, but that's awesome.
And now when I deal Halo of Spores damage, there's more going on there. For my bonus action, I'll cast Healing Word, Tom, on Gwendolyn. Let me just bring up that. I think it's 1d4.
And what does we know kind of what Cure Wounds feels like for Makka. What does Healing Word look, sound, feel like?
A creature of my choice that I can see within range gains hit points just because I say something. So in this case, it would basically be there's like a glowing in like my sternum, and it comes up through my throat, and I just sigh, and like bioluminescent spores float out towards
Awesome.
Gwendolyn.
His healing word is
That's so cool.
open mouth.
Yeah, it turns out he's just been wanting. Yeah, if he opens his mouth, every time he does it, he's just like, "No, not yet. Stay in there.
So it's
Gonna need you for later."
It's just it's 2 health points, unfortunately, but hopefully it
Every
helps,
little bit helps.
And I will move towards Musket Guy because he did a lot of damage.
He is just stuffing powder down that musket so fast and with great terror. All right, Duncan.
So I heard that gunshot. Tom, can I come around a corner to ambush Musket Guy? Can I get there, or am I too far away?
I mean, it's far-ish. I'll tell you what, I'll let you get there, but you'll be attacking at disadvantage.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm willing to do that.
Cool, great. Because it's like it's almost close enough, so it's really just like I'm gonna sprint. Oh, I'm actually kind of. Oh fuck! All right, yeah, let's duel.
Yeah, it's a full body assault. He's got to throw himself forwards.
Well, you also have to do 2 corners. Like it's like, oh fuck! All right, okay.
Yeah, so I would like to expend my inspiration to kill that disadvantage, and what I would like to do is do a leap off of the wall towards him. There's like a running stop, and I want to use a swashing point. Oh, I'm gonna regret using those words. But it lets me add my charisma modifier because a blade for me is more than a weapon. It's a way of performing. So I want to like kick leap off the wall, spin around and kick the rifle away, and then try to ram the rapier through his neck from the side if I can. So let's see.
If you can is exciting for me as well. Let's see.
16 to hit.
Oh yeah, man.
Dope.
Hang on.
That is
I got you,
10
Laura.
That's 10 damage.
Thank you.
10 piercing damage.
All right. You knock the musket out of his hand. He's like, "My musket!" And then you just pierce him through the throat. And as you stare him in the eye, you can actually see just like like that thin black fabric for, the morph suits and everything else. You can just see a little bit of his eyes through it, and they're wide with shock because he's got a sword through his neck.
Great. And I pull the sword out and I look him in the eye and I say, "If you ever come back, let's do this again."
He responds, and he falls to his knees and coughs blood into his own face mask and dies.
Great. And then I do that like weird salute thing where you like flip all the blood off the blade, and I turn around to face whoever's still fucking with my princess.
There are 2 well outmatched Skelemen left, which brings us to them. They realize they're pretty much fucked, but they're going down swinging because they're kind of assholes. One of them's going to swing at you, Ryan. One of them's going to keep swinging at Gwen. Oh, man. Rolled a 2 against you, so that's a total of 5, Ryan. So no hits
Great.
for old Duncan. And Laura against Gwendolyn, I got an 8. So literally, they're both like... Skeletons for life! And then they're just like, pshing! Oh no!
Yeah, somehow I lean right and Laura leans left, and they both hit the air, so it's like a weird sync moment. Yeah.
And they're like, oh, teamwork didn't make the dream work. Top of the round, Gwendolyn. There are 2 jerks left. They just weirdly like high-fived with their swords.
I'm just gonna do like a straight jab, try to do through the center of one.
Sure.
In the stomach.
But they're skeletons. How will that work? You go ahead and pierce them. They're gonna die.
Yep. Well, I think I've noticed.
You can see the beer gut. Like, it's fine. There's a good target there for you.
This 12 to hit.
Barely, but yes.
Yay. Okay, cool. So that's 7 slashing damage. That guy. Mm-hmm. And I'll just use my bonus action to the sword will just kind of continue, like, I kind of imagine it going through the one guy and like flying around to hit the other. It doesn't have to.
Oh wait, so you stab through the first guy and then toss, and then it's swinging. Yeah, all right.
Yeah, and then I toss.
Obviously, I'm not going to stop that. That sounds rad as hell.
Is that going to be a melee attack?
Yes, the sword attack
that
you've thrown won't count as ranged because it's.
Yeah.
Like, in the same way...
Because it's still kind of attached.
Well, it's like
to
if you
me,
summoned a spiritual hammer if you were a cleric. It's you've thrown the sword, but it's still making a melee attack based on your stats.
Okay, cool. And that's a nat 20, so...
I mean, go ahead and roll your damage for funsies, but spoiler alert, he ain't that alive no more.
Yeah. A 16.
That's pretty good.
Slashing damage. So.
Given that they had 13 to begin with. This is really just a joke for Tyler, but in Devil May Cry, one of the first things that happens to Dante is he gets impaled on his sword, but because it was PS2, he comes up off his own sword and like the entire guard goes through his chest as well.
Crossguard, the handle.
And I was like, no, the crossguard's what killed him because it's like a jagged like bat wing crossguard. So that's what happens to this first guy. You throw it through and he's like, oh no, and then the crossguard tears out part of his chest, and then the sword just flies around in a weird curving arc. I'm going down the rabbit hole on references here, but the bowler in Mystery Men throwing her bowling ball that just like turns midair and then flies back. So the sword comes back through the next guy and does the same thing but through his back. So the sword flies back into your hand, and I think with all the patrician disgust you can, you flick the spine that's attached to it off. And weirdly, in the end, he was a skeleton. Yes, you've managed to kill all the bandits who were camped out down here. Now that the combat has ended, and you can see things clearly, it's obvious that these bandits raided a bunch of caskets and were wearing the skeletons on their armor and kind of leaning on the low light and the superstition around the space to ambush guardsmen. You can see there's kind of like a small pile of guardsmen belongings, as well as some other things from town. I'll say you find 10 gold. The weapons aren't really anything to write home about. The musket is fine, but given that none of you are proficient in muskets, like Ryan, you could look at it, but compared to your hand pistol, like...
Nah, it's useless.
Yeah.
I'd have to carry it around forever. It fucking sucks up close.
I will say, though, with the additional powder and stuff you find on musket skeleton, I will give you, and this is a mechanic I'm stealing from Dungeon World, I'll give you what's known as a hold, which is something you can carry forward. Think of it like a point of inspiration. But basically, I'm going to give you an ammo hold, which means that you get essentially a point of inspiration that can only be used for your pistol.
Okay.
So
cool.
At some point in the future, you can be like, I'm using the extra powder from the crypt to make my shot better.
Awesome.
There isn't much else of interest, just kind of amongst the bandits' gear. Is there anything in particular you would be looking for? Obviously, you're looking for Agatha, but from these bandits, is there anything you would want or seek out?
Tom, this is a weirdly specific ask, but if there is any amount of copper that could be made into like a circlet or like a wrist piece, it doesn't need to be fancy. It's more symbolic.
Okay. The mine has been dry for a long time, but one of them does have a copper earring once you like pull the masks off. So it's very small. It's a small hoop. You could wear it if you kind of like quickly bent it. You could probably wear it as a ring, or you could try and add it to your bracers.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I'll bend it into a ring and just kind of put it on my finger for now.
Cool. So it's like we'll say
then,
it's like a pinky ring.
Yeah. And I imagine at this point, honestly, I'd probably just be like stacking the bodies and trying to like bag up the shit so we can take it back to the town to like the guardsmen's families.
Sure, that's easy
like
enough.
That.
And I think honestly, like once you're out of here, you can just tell the guardsmen what happened, and they'll tend to the
okay, cool. Then we'll just
kind of necessary back end of this. Tyler, is there anything you would be doing, given that you're kind of the death guy?
No, not. Since it turned out that they were just mortals masquerading as the undead, the threat and the like affront is severely reduced. So it's just kind of like leave them where they lie and let nature's righteous path take its course. Like the next part is the best part.
Wicked.
I
Laura,
might spread some spores on them just to like accelerate that process. Just like mushrooms and fungus and molds start to like flourish on their corpses.
As that happens for the first time, this place begins to smell right. Like the underground piece has been nice, but the sterility of death down here has been upsetting to you. But even just knowing, like obviously they're not decaying immediately, but knowing that process has begun. Weirdly, you're able to actually breathe for the first time, I think, fully. It's been shallow breaths, but finally it's like, oh, okay, something down here is right now. Gwendolyn, this has been a lot of murder for you, as well as a lot of new powers you've been experiencing. What's going through your head?
That all kind of happened really fast. Not much thought went into anything I did there. So, I guess they were bad guys. So, guess I can feel not too bad about what happened. Just kind of what I'm thinking.
You're also surprised to find that it's not that you don't have feelings, but your feelings are slightly dulled just by the nature of your current state.
Okay.
I think it's not... And I don't want to like remove emotionality from your character. It's more so that death has taken on a slightly different quality for you now. Once you know that it's possible to be a ghost that inhabits armor, death seems a little less permanent.
You know what? I'm kind of like, well, I've died too. You know?
Yeah, well, and also it's like,
I died too.
Like I
you did
see me
die
crying
by
about it.
Run through with the sword you ran two guys through with. So I mean, there's a lot of symmetry.
Just a regular Nikos.
Yeah. I mean, I know it's awful, but.
Tom, I just caught that. Very nice.
Thanks, bud. Laura, I'm going to give you, similar to Ryan's point, I'm going to give you one hold for what I'm calling finish them, which is now that you've kind of come to terms, at least partially, with the idea of not even really of combat, but you've experienced death. It's a bitch. And if people deserve it, they're going to get it. Basically, take a hold for if you think you can finish someone with a killing blow. I'll give you advantage on that.
Okay.
If you're wrong, there might be a consequence.
Okay.
So take that for what you will. Cool.
Yeah.
So,
can I just does anyone have like a small like pack or pouch or something that I can sling over me, because I have nothing to like I can't carry anything right now.
You pick one up off one of the bodies. Like they
Yeah, okay.
Now that you know what to look for, like they've got it. And actually, that's a good point, Laura. There were cloaks and clothing around. Would you dress this armor up with anything? Having just changed the outfit on my switch fit boxing instructor, it's weird, but this is the kind of shit we do, right? As Ryan's showing with the ring, is there anything you would do to try and personalize this armor, or?
I think I'm a little hesitant because it is Amala's armor. I don't think I feel that it's totally mine to do with what.
Okay, great. So yeah, you grab a pack is easy to wear, but it doesn't alter. Yeah. Great, cool. I will also say, Laura, you find 2 candles that could fit your...
Yay!
D4 candles.
Cool.
What a roll. As you continue to kind of look around the crypt, it's easy enough to find Agatha's tomb now that everything's kind of done. It's one of the only coffins with salt poured all over it. And it's what's odd, though, and what actually I think kind of charms you a bit, Makka, is there is a single flower that has somehow managed to grow out of the lid from within the coffin, and we'll get Tyler's reaction when he unfreezes. Now, so a single flower. Oh no, he's maybe. A single flower and a couple of vines have kind of grown out of the lid of the coffin
a little bit.
There you go. So you can see that. There, you're back. He's back. Yay! He Charlestoned his way back. So yes, you drag out the coffin, and inside you see a skeleton that, for lack of better term, looks like it's chilling. Just the arms are crossed, but the legs are crossed. Yeah, well, just kind of like a relaxed, I'm just stretched out on a couch. It really looks like a body that has no concerns in the world. And who takes the skull in hands? Which is still a bit of a process.
Makka will get in there with his turtle hands.
Cool. So
Duncan would do it, but Makka seems the most comfortable with corpses.
Yeah.
Makka, I think the thing that stands out to you about this is it's weird dealing with a dry corpse, because that isn't you come from a very humid and moist and wet
Come from a juicy place.
I mean, look, I already said moist. We already hit the worst word.
Yeah.
But you managed to do it. Again, it's not your jam, but it's someone's, so that's fine. So you crack off the 2 hands and rip out the skull. I'll
put the 2 hands over my shoulder as I'm still focusing on the word you're let someone else take them.
Well, wait.
I'll take them.
Do you?
All right.
Okay. Yeah. Great. Something for you to consider.
As soon as I get the free hand, I'm back in for the skull.
Something for you to consider in future, Makka. How easy is it for you to add things to your kind of back net? Is it as easy as a human putting things in a backpack, or does it take? It's
pretty intuitive, just because this shell has been with me. A shell has been with a turtle its whole life.
Cool.
Also, as turtles, we're not prone to wearing a lot of articles of clothing. And so storage happens on belts or slings or on the shell. Yeah.
Cool. But yeah, I love the medical, just reverse scalpel, just take this. So yeah, you crack the skull off, and you have that. And the 3 of you make your way back out of the crypt. To find the 2 guards having just finished scattering the ashes of their friend. And Vin turns to you, he's like, did you encounter the dead? Did you bring the dawn?
Well, I mean, funny thing, they were half dead.
Half dead?
Okay, fair. To do a slight rewrite on that statement, not funny at all. It was a group of bandits who were disguised as skeletons who had been using the superstition of this area to prey on the locals.
So
the threat has been ended.
Vin's face falls, and he just reaches into his pocket, and he pulls out a small. To your eye, it's not copper, but it's a cheap metal. It's like tin. But clearly a coin, and he hands it to Steve, and he's like, well, shit, You were right. And Steve is just like, his mind is blown. He's like, okay, because I'm pretty sure I saw one of them burp. And I was like, skeletons don't burp. But then everyone was like, they're skeletons. So good, thank you. And you killed them.
Yes, their corpses all rest inside.
Are they going to come up as skeletons to fight us now? And Vin is like, oh, yes.
They are contributing to the cycle as we speak.
Yeah, I don't think there were really any skeletons to begin with.
Not unless there's a necromancer, but if there's a necromancer, everybody in the crypt could come back. So that's a different scale of problem.
I am equally comforted and terrified by those words, but we'll go collect the remains of our friends and their gear and make sure it gets back to their families.
Vin, before you go, I need to have a word with you, son. And I'd like to walk him just a ways away from the group to kind of like somewhere where there's like moonlight, probably.
Sure, yep.
And a moment for a quiet conversation. Vin, you told me that you'd read the stories, you'd heard them, and you knew the story of the Dawnbreakers.
Of course.
And that you'd hoped it was real. Well, it is real. And the only one left is me. But that means that there need to be more Dawnbreakers. People who believe in the truth and people who spread what is good and true and right and keep things safe for the people around them. Clearly, this town, this village has been robbed of reason by superstition. Agatha, a witch who apparently helped people with medical problems, was executed on a hanging tree because people were afraid of a darkness. And that darkness was only man and other men even hiding out in this place. I don't have the time to stay here and train you. But the first step every Dawnbreaker takes is making their own oath. And I take off the copper ring and I offer it to him. And I say, in future, when you finish your training, you can come back to me and we can replace this with the real thing. But if you want to take the oaths, you can do that here in front of me and the Lord of Blades and the Moon. Or you can go back to your life and live it out in whatever way you please. But I wanted to give you this chance.
So he looks at you with an appraising look, and it's the look of someone who wants to believe in legends and in myth and in virtue and all these things, but honestly had never seen any example of it himself, so didn't really think it existed. And he looks just deep into your eyes. And of course, you're standing resolute and standing with the confidence and conviction of someone who truly believes. And you can see him kind of take full measure of you, even though he's just some random backwater rent-a-cop. And then he takes the ring and he sort of unclips it because it was an earring, kind of straightens it out a little bit, and he holds it up in front of you and he says, we don't, I've heard the stories, but we aren't fancy or important here. We're just a small town trying to get by on the edge of something bigger. But my oath is to my friends and the people like me who want to make things better, even if there isn't really much, and even if it doesn't matter, and if no one ever hears about us or sings about us or cares about us. It matters to the people that we care about, and it matters to me. So he takes the ring and he, in a sudden, kind of violent gesture, jams it through the middle of his nose. And he says, he winces in pain, and he says, one day I will earn my gauntlets, but until then I will wear my copper proudly where all can see. And then he bends it back down. And he kind of gets to one knee and he's like, I'm not quite sure how these things go, but I would ask you to ask me to rise with my new name. Call me Vin Kin Hermes, and I will serve in the name of my friend.
A worthy oath. All right, normally a Dawnbreaker has to take all 5, but you're beginning this journey. So we'll give you the third of the 5
there's 5?
oaths. The one that's the most appropriate to what's going on. Let's focus on this moment here, friend.
Gotcha.
This is going to be important for you. That's him just trying to calm down the small town guy who just jammed shit in his nose.
Yeah, he's bleeding and he's really
Yeah.
confused. Also, he thought he just got to make up his oaths. He didn't realize there were other rules.
Yeah.
So now it's not that he's against it. He's just like legitimately panicked. Like, oh, I fucked it up. As blood just trickles down his face.
The third oath is, my love defends my friends. It was words spoken by Chev, a shield sister of Amala. It is one of the 5 Dawnbreaker oaths. Speak those words and rise on your first step towards the dawn. Repeat after me. My love defends my friends.
My love defends my friends. And then he'll wipe a finger across the blood and just, he's got a small, it's barely a shield, but he'll just smudge it sort of in a diagonal line across it. And he looks back at you and he says, my love will defend my friends.
Well then rise, Vin Kin Hermes, and begin your own journey towards the light.
He stands up and he just winces from the pain. But then he straightens and he says, thank you, Dawnbreaker. I will serve in his name and in yours. And then he yells, hey, Steve, we got to go see the mayor. And the two of them head off into town to bring justice to someone who perhaps deserves it. The 3 of you make your way back through the path. Gwendolyn, this time you see the circle of salt. It's actually been replenished since you passed through here. But knowing it's there, you step over it with confidence, feeling an odd twinge in your legs as you do, but being prepared for it, you're able to step through. And you make your way back down the path, and you find it takes you 2 tries to find the small sort of side route, but you do, and you arrive back at the witch's cottage, to the happy yapping of a very excited familiar. Gus is thrilled to see you. He is jumping back and forth in a way that only a small excited dog can. And he goes, oh, hey guys, welcome back. How'd it go? I took such good care of your dead lady.
As I knew you would, Honorable Gus.
I'm a good boy.
I mean, before it was Princess Dead, but dead ladies, I guess, fine.
I mean, as we all know, they say the king is dead, long live new king. So if the princess is dead, then that's just a corpse, and you're the princess.
I know.
All bud
but,
rules.
like, it was a good body.
And that's true.
That's all.
And if we can't find a way to get you back into it within the next 9 days, we will send it off with full honors.
Speaking of...
Okay. You can't cast that spell again.
I
Makka?
suppose I could, but it does irk me somewhat. This body holds within it life force and energy that should be shared with everyone else.
Right. Okay, yes.
You seem to be getting on quite well in your new form.
All right.
Cool.
Thank you for that observation.
This is all very touching. Did you save my mistress from her tomb after she got murdered and such?
One skull and a pair of hands, yes?
Skull and a pair of hands. That's exactly what we need. This really is a good couple of days. All right, great. So he rushes over to the scarecrow and he like tugs open the head and he's like, okay, well, just I don't really know how this goes because my kind don't really die, but I guess stuff her in there and let's see what happens.
All right, so I've got the hands, so I'll put the hands in the hand thing, and then I think Makka, you still got the skull.
Yeah. And I've got the skull, and I'll just bucket it up to, up to the pumpkin.
It's a skull dunk.
Yeah.
Nothing but head net. And he's like, oh, just like Ball Bud. And then he clamps down.
I can't believe we came back to that.
On the leather, and he just pulls it tight. And suddenly the Scarecrow lurches forward and does just a proper, like, Scarecrow Lotzie, where it just does a bunch of physical comedy in a very, like, if I only had a brain way, before finally both hands grab the head, cranks it around, like, until the face is pushing forward. And you see there's, like, a badly drawn smiley face on it in, like, probably some paint that's been made of, like, berries. And to your horror, the lines begin to tremble. And they can't quite form proper shapes, but they almost, like watching a bunch of emojis, just kind of flip between, sort of hexadecimal style, flip between different face states. And you hear a voice say,
Yes.
Oh, good, it worked. Oh, they all told me that the old body switch Scarecrow wouldn't, but it did. Very good. Hey, are you the prophecy people? And like, in her head, it's clearly like, I'm being very welcoming to you. It's like a spooky Scarecrow full of bones, just like gesturing wildly at you and stumbling towards you, like something out of a fucking horror movie.
Makka is unfazed.
Duncan is phased because he knows he can't kill this thing, but at the same time, this is the very essence of like perverting nature, and there's weird necromantic energy to it that he does not care for.
So she throws her arms around Duncan, and she's like, Princess, you came back! Amala Kinsolaris in the flesh!
This is a great attempt at this, but no, actually, the princess's soul is inside Amala Kinsolaris' armor. I just like
the Scarecrow
put her arms around that.
Yeah, stumbles off and then does that like creepy, horrible thing where the hands just turn around and then its arms flip around in double joint backward to hug you, and then the head just cranks around Exorcist style and says, "Oh, this is unexpected, but also fine. Haha, you're okay. So you're not Amala."
Not
Oh,
quite.
I owe my grandmama several undead coins in the afterlife. Balls. Okay, well, who are you?
I'm Gwendolyn, Princess of Orvel.
Orville? You mean
Yeah.
the flying rich people disc?
That's the one.
Oh dear. Oh, okay. Well, ramblings indeed. And then her eyes see Gus, and she's like, Gus, you stayed. And for the first time, you see a look of like genuine confusion cross little Gus's canine features, and he's like, I had a choice. And she's like, oh yeah, you could have gone back to the ether realm many time. And Gus just has a full body, like, Kif from Futurama anger tremble. Just like a full on, like, okay, great, didn't know that. That would have been, whew, okay. Well, I'm glad you're back, I guess. So Agatha kind of like Scarecrow stumbles over to like a log, and after 3 failed attempts at putting her arm on it, manages to like secure herself and sit. And she says, I bet you have many questions.
Miss Agatha Drusilla.
Yes, that's me.
It is my understanding that you know of the ramblings, the ancient prophecies and things of that nature that might help us restore balance to the cycle of life and death, and restore Gwendolyn to her throne.
Yes, well, funny thing that. The the first thing you should know about the ramblings is they are just that. And my family has followed them and thought of them for generations. But not because we believe every word to be true, more so we believe the spirit of the matter to be true. And her, like, scarecrow head tilts, and the X'd eyes look directly at you, Duncan. And she says, I believe this one understands. I can see it in his aura. Prophecies are, they're questionable at best. And it's best not to put too much weight on them. For instance, the ramblings of Ravan mention nothing about a spoiled brat from the rich people land becoming the new Kinsolaris, but here we are.
Well, I'm still myself.
How much does a loaf of bread cost? In Orville. Anywhere in Orville. Any store.
About 7 gold pieces.
Duncan, is that true?
You
could get breakfast for 5.
That's high, because breakfast was 5, so a loaf of bread's probably like 3 or 4.
And she just smiles and shakes her scarecrow head, and like some straw falls out. And she's like, you have a lot to learn, dearie, but then again, as I understand it, Amala wasn't exactly perfect out of the gate either, so I believe you'll grow into the armor, as it were.
All right. So, what's the next move? What's the end game here? Like, what's this prophecy? Like, what are we doing? Why? What's just anything, please.
Well, dearie, as I say, prophecies aren't to be followed to the letter, as it were. But in a nutshell, did you find Orville to be a nice place full of nice people doing their best to help each other?
Not exactly.
Well, that's a pretty fucking good place to start then, isn't it? But look around you, dearie. Does any of this seem nice? Does any of this seem right to you?
Well, we met some nice people.
Oh, sure, there's nice people in every state,
Watch.
but yes, of course, there's people doing their best everywhere. I'm sure there are back in your fucking dumb place, too. But this world is not what it was meant to be, now is it?
Honestly, it seems like it's all gone a bit to shit.
It has gone a bit to shit, has it not? Honestly, you'll want to talk to Fievel the Poopsmith about that. He'll tell you all about it. But, and she looks at you, Makka, and she's like, this one knows something is just off about all of this, isn't it? Just all of it.
There is a corruption of sorts. I've sensed it for some time now.
She tries to clap her hands in, like, delighted recognition, but it's just, like, straw, so it's like... and she's like, oh, well, that is disappointing. That is not fun for me. Yes, it has all gone a little off the rails. But that's the thing about the ramblings that I enjoy. Well, everyone else tries to hold Amala up as some perfect paragon of virtue. She was just a lady who tried to make things a little bit better. And honestly, she did pretty good. But it was never meant to last. She was just trying to set things up so other people could do good too, and they really fucking did not bother. And that's, I think, where you come in. At least that's... And this has been a point of contention between me and my dearly departed ancestors. We argue in the plane of the dead quite frequently. It is exhausting. But, no, it's not about Amala coming back. That's ridiculous. She is dead and gone. It is about, I think, trying to honor her legacy. And that means kind of being a bit of a fuck-up, and that's okay. But the important thing is that you move past that, dearie, and you try and actually make it better.
But her legacy was also that no one should be given the throne.
Agreed.
That it should be earned, so...
Seems like perhaps a new queen could fix that, couldn't she? A queen who'd earned a crown rather than been handed one. But wherever would we find such a thing? We would need a princess of some sort. And I've already been told the handsome turtle isn't one.
But isn't that the point? That it doesn't need to be a princess?
No, it could be anyone. Even a princess.
Exactly.
The question isn't whether or not you consider yourself a princess, Miss Armor. The question is whether or not you consider yourself a good person. And I gotta tell you, the fun thing about being an undead witch, you can see a lot of what people believe. And if you are half the person this one believes you are, and she gestures at Duncan, she's like, you're exactly the right one who should be fighting to take the crown back. But that'll be up to you now, won't it? You certainly don't deserve it. But perhaps you could earn it.
Right, well, that's a place to start, isn't it?
It is. And she knows the clapping thing doesn't work anymore, so she's, like, trying to find a way to make, like, happy noises. So she, like, puts out some bone and, like, smacks it against a log, and she's like, it doesn't quite work. In any case, the ramblings do speak of a time such as this, and honestly, a time we've been in for a while now. And the thing that people forget about Amala is, forget to a point of not even necessarily knowing anymore. Perhaps this one seems old enough to maybe know something, and she points at Makka. She's like, humans were never meant to hold any position of anything, really. You were built and designed to serve. And it was Amala and the strength of her character that made you people into something. So if you choose to be something again, you will have to re-earn the world's respect. You will have to earn a place in this world. You're absolutely correct. No one should just have it. It must be earned. And our world is dying. He can feel it. His people are dying. His whole belief structure is dying. There is no cycle if we're all dead. The cycle only exists if we continue to live. So, dearie, if you want to carry on the legacy of Amala kin Solaris, don't worry about becoming Solaris herself. Become whoever the fuck you're meant to be. But go show the rest of them who you are too. And then get this one to help you stop the rot that is infecting this planet, and get this one to keep you on the straight and narrow. Isn't that right, Gus? And Gus is like, look, I'm still not over the fact that I could have gone home. But you do seem like good folks, and this does seem like a good thing to do. So the witch just kind of full-on Wonka perches and stares at you, Gwendolyn, and says, so, dearie, what's it gonna be? You ready to go confront the world?
I kind of look over at Duncan and just say, I've been completely awful. I mean, am I even capable of this? You know me best.
I thought you were once. And I know there's good in you somewhere from a time where you were something more. But you chose a different path. And I can't choose your path for you. I don't give a damn about fate, and I've never given a shite about prophecy. I just care about doing better today and tomorrow and trying to do that. And the fact that you have to earn things, and the fact that power is service. All these things are where I am at in my heart. And if you believe those things, if you can believe those things, if you dare to believe those things, there's a chance.
I mean, I think I can try to do something good. I mean, these last few days have really changed everything.
Dying will do that, dearie. Trust me.
Yeah. So can we just say that if we find someone who, deserves to lead the people, then we can help them?
Absolutely. Honestly,
right.
As I understand it, they're going to hand you the crown. It's up to you who puts it on their head. Of course, you'll have to maybe kill some people to get there. As I understand it, your brother's a bit of a fucking piece of work.
Yeah, I'm also just skeptical of them handing a suit of armor a crown. It's just very
Dearie,
unlikely.
I'm a dead witch who's living in a scarecrow. Don't talk to me about improbability.
Also,
I'm a fucking talking Yorkie, for Christ's sake.
For some reason, I'm agreeing with the witch inside a scarecrow, which I was not expecting today. But at the same time, worrying about how you could get the crown as a suit of armor is like 700 steps down the road. We have to deal with an invading army of theoretically invulnerable monsters who've stolen your kingdom. If we get there and they're like, we don't want to give you the hat, who gives a shit about the crown?
Also, I do want to re-underscore, your crown is of concern. The rot that is slowly making its way towards the very core of the planet, also perhaps worth considering. And she looks at you, Makka, and she puts a straw hand on you, which she has to, like, sling up and over because she doesn't really have any muscles. And she's like, you dear, sweet custodian of life. Such times ahead for you. If I could weep, I would. But you'll go through it, and they will help. Isn't that right, Gus? Sure.
I am ready.
I knew you would be, dearie. And then she uses her other hand to raise her arm and then pat it against your face in a very, like, loving, motherly way.
Oh, Mark, I'd just like to say that I apologize for thinking only of myself and my crown. It's I'm a bit out of practice when it comes to thinking about others.
No need to apologize to Makka. I'll tell you now, I sense a connection in you, in your current form, with the cluster. So, I will follow you. Because Jassi wills it.
All right, we're kind of like following each other though, right? Right, like go walking up together, doing things.
I think she means to follow you like a cluster. A bunch of mutual things moving towards one goal, yes?
Okay, yes, that's... Right?
Well then,
yes?
Witch Agatha, set us on our course.
And she tries to do a cool, like, arms up behind her head thing, but it's floppy arms, and then her hands are just kind of on her shoulders. She can't really do anything about it, so she just gives up in that position. And she's like, I thought you'd never ask. Here's the deal. Humans like us, well, as I used to be at least, we are not viewed favorably amongst the people of Gren. Surely, friend Tortle, you know this. We are, in fact, feared and hated, and rightly so. We truly are horrible. The wall was not meant to keep other races out. It was to keep us in. Built under treaties and coalition by all the other nations that feared the horrible monsters they'd managed to keep in a corner. There is one way past them, and it is unfortunately a rather fraught one. You see, we here are in what is known as the Nation of Byproduct, a place where all of the refuse and all of the things that are required to keep your former nation of Orville running are quietly swept under the rug. You will find that people down here live a very hard life so that those above can live a very nice one. There are 4 separate lords of Byproduct, each of whom holds part of an ancient amulet that was shattered long ago that will allow you to move unseen past the guns of the wall. These are ancient magic indeed, and truly unsurpassable without the ancient amulet. So, you must find each of these 4 lords and gain their small piece so that you can make it past. Now, I've been dead for a while, so I'm not quite sure what the lay of the land is, but since we are so geographically close to Garbage Town, it might be worth going to see the twin brother lords of Garbage Town. They are rather fun characters, and they will likely have some odd requests of you, but do what you can to earn their favor, and perhaps they can point the way. But if you truly seek to set things right, you must search out all the nations of this world and see how you can prove yourself worthy of them. But, as your friend the Dawnbreaker says, that is several hundred steps ahead. First, you must pass the wall and enter a larger world. And to do that, you must seek out the Lords of Byproduct. She gives you some final directions, but you can see that the magic is bleeding out of this scarecrow now. Like the lines are slowly burning up along the fabric. You can tell that, I think particularly Makka, looking at her, you can tell it's almost a magical fuse that is like burning down. She's starting to lose control of some of the limbs and becoming more and more limp. She kind of tilts her head at you, Gwendolyn, and she says, "Dearie, I think you will be spectacular. And it's not because of anything you've said or done here. It's because people who have been disappointed by you still believe in you. And that is true magic." And she turns to look at you, Duncan, and she says, "Wouldn't you agree?" And then collapses into your lap. And you feel like you're just holding there's no animation to it anymore. It's just a limp scarecrow.
Ugh, I'll just shove it off. He doesn't like that at all. Probably walk around, try to get it to air out of his fucking costume. Shit. So, looks like we have to go to Garbage Town. Looks like we have goals.
Do, Gus?
Sorry, Makka, what did you say there? I've got some dead witch in my ears.
And what will you do, Gus, of the cabin?
And as you look over, you can see a figure that is difficult to look at. It almost looks like it's blurring, almost like a camera film is skipping, rising up, and you can see just kind of the glowing outline of four arms, sort of back-jointed legs, and a face that's almost like a pure blue-white light. Aside from just beautiful, glowing 3 green circles and kind of a triangle. And with a voice that sounds oddly like a chorus of people, Gus says, "I am so excited to have been a part of a prophecy. But it will be so very nice to go home." And he looks at the 3 of you, and you see 3 grins sort of show up in his face under each eye. So one actually looks like a frown. And all 3 mouths just say, I think she was right. You will be spectacular. I'll be watching." And with that, he laughs. And it's weirdly one of the most beautiful noises you've ever heard. It doesn't quite sound like laughter, but that's kind of what it means. To a human ear, it would sound like a tuning fork being hit once perfectly and ringing. And then there is a flash of light, and like having an after image after you, like a flash, you can still see a dark outline of where Gus was standing, but he's gone. That said, where he left, you see a dog collar with a small little wood-carved tag that says Gus. And Makka, you can tell even from here that it's magical.
I'll go pick it up.
Cool. So you have obtained the gift of Gus. This is a one-use magic item that will transmutate you into a Yorkie for 1 hour. You'll be able to speak the same way he was. At the end of the hour, you will transmutate back. You will not be able to carry any gear while in dog form, but...
does it, like, transform with you, or does it, like, you
run out of the outfit as
you're like a dog, and your clothes flutter to the ground?
I think I'm going to go with that version because it's funnier, and I don't want some weird bullshit where it's
man.
like, I made it into the trophy room, for boom, and I have swords. It's, you get to be a dog person, but then when you revert back, you have nothing on you.
You're going to be naked with a dog collar.
Yep.
Around your neck. Okay.
A non-magical dog collar.
Right, okay.
So, just a standard weekend at some clubs. So you have a gift from the familiar who is returned to his realm. Makka, you hear a sound that is almost equally comforting to you. And it's kind of the sound of mulch just kind of sloughing off. And as you turn, the entire small cottage has just kind of almost liquefied into moss and mud, and it just kind of dissipates into the ground.
Just so. And Makka will start walking towards Garbage Town.
And with that, the three of you head on down to Garbage Town.
This episode of Curse, Code, and Crown was edited by Ryan LaPlante, and the campaign was created by Tom McGee. Our original theme music was composed by Landon Knoblock, and all of Dum Dums and Dice's art is created by the brilliant Decapitated Markers. If you want to follow our players or our DM on Twitter, you can reach out to Laura at EL Hamstring, Ryan at the Ryan LaPlante, Tyler at Tyler_Hewitt, Tom McGee at McGeeTD, or you can message our whole company at Dum Dum Dice. So please, join us again for more Curse, Code, and Crown!
Dum Dums and Dice has to give a special thank you to the supreme beings of our Patreon at this time. Christian Menicola, Long, The Half-Blind Prophet, James Cuellar, DM Rob, Christopher Little, Joshua White, Olin Anderson, Sue One, and Jill and Noel LaPlante. If you want your name to be added to this list, you can join our Patreon too at patreon.com/dumdumdice. Thanks to them, and a little bit of thanks to you.
All right. So this is where we sit down and have a little mini debrief after our sessions where we can talk with other people and tell them stuff we like that they did or ask any questions that we have. Does anybody want to kick us off? Laura, you said you wrote notes when we were talking over the break. Do you want to go first because you wrote notes so other people can think?
Yeah, just so I got chocolate.
There were
Drink water
secret notes and conversations happening. Well, Tyler and I also talked on the break in our respective houses.
That's correct.
It was like this smallest little side comment.
I'm kidding. Please have social connection wherever you can in these times. Isn't that right, Ripley? She gets it.
Freddie's in the other room. He couldn't behave in here. I guess we'll just start. We'll go around.
We all have ourselves in different orders, but you just go for it. Whatever order you want, Laura.
Well, okay. I'm going to go that way. And you'll
that only makes sense to you, but cool.
I know it only makes sense to me. I know that. Okay, now start with Ryan. There, I think. Or
honestly,
there.
mine's the video that's recording, so he's there. Go ahead and start with Ryan.
Ryan loves this.
Yeah, this is my favorite bit.
I know. I just want to say that I really enjoyed when you were talking with Ben about it was a really nice, like, sincere, very like knightly, very like touching conversation. And you know me, like, I can't remember anything that happened 2 hours ago, so I don't even remember the content of it, so I apologize, but like I just remember at the time I found it really touching. and I just think it's really nice to have those moments too, because I think then like the funnier moments can be funny and we don't end up, it's not just all shits and giggles. It's like touching, and it's going to be like, it's what makes you feel the feels, you know?
Cool.
So,
Thank you.
I love it. I love all those moments that you bring. Tom, oh my God, I love everything with like the mayor and Karen. Both. I just like, it's so fucking funny. That's all.
Well, thank you. Yeah, that's great.
That's all I have. It's just really fucking
I'll take
funny.
it. Thank you.
It was great. It was really hard for me to not just like laugh every second and like, yeah. So it's harder in this medium because we can't like laugh. The second we laugh, we like overtake the audio. So I'm just like trying not to like burst out laughing all the time. But I love like all the humor that you bring to like all these like little characters. Like the mayor was there for like one scene.
Yeah.
And
the
he's
line,
like, fucking great.
I'm gonna go upstairs and get another desk was very, very good.
Yes. That was very funny. So thank you for bringing that.
That's like, my pleasure. Literally.
All your minor NPCs. And Tyler, I just wanted to ask because like I'm like very like a nature-y person, and I was just like curious, like how much of Makka's views like are your own?
Damn.
And like how much did you kind of like just decide like is it like a logical progression?
We're not too similar. Fungus is gross, molds are gross. Mushrooms are disgusting. I can't believe people eat them.
Tyler has no interest in dying.
No, yeah, I'd rather not. I want to live forever. No.
Well, in that case, that's so awesome because you like bring I feel like his core values into like every single thing you say, like every decision, every conversation, every comment. Like it just really it permeates everything, and the consistency of that. Especially if it's something that like you don't feel personally is really cool. Yeah. That's really awesome.
Thank you. I hope it doesn't get annoying. We'll see if it gets old of just like.
I love it so
Our
much.
like 8 session is like.
Please don't stop.
As the shepherd of the living to the dead, let me just say.
Or whatever.
Tyler, just roll initiative. Yeah. I don't care.
No, I love it. I love all of it. So.
Well, thank you very much.
That's cool, man.
Thank you.
All right, I'm done.
All right, I'll go next. Ryan, I really, I really like how you're playing. Like this is kind of like a gamer thing for me. I just really like the way you are playing D&D with this class and character. Where you're doing all this cool shit of like banking off a wall and like stabbing a guy or the again like the gunplay as well as like it's just like it's really cool. It's like you're just playing the class so like skillfully, like you're extremely effective in combat, and it's just something I want to point out and be like, I definitely respect this that you are, because it helps with like the role play of like when you can play combat so effectively with a martial kind of background like a Dawn bringer would have. It's just so easy to assume that this character has like so much like prowess and expertise in this field and stuff like that. So it's like the two kind of feed into each other. Whereas like you role play like the best, but at the same time you back it up with like some of the most stylish and most effective combat as well. So it's kind of like you talk the talk and then you walk the walk and then you jump the jump off of a wall into a guy's neck.
Jump the jump.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
So I think I will be like clocking this like regularly from you, but I just want to say it now and get it out there now that I love what you're doing like gameplay wise. It's really, really fun.
Thanks, man.
To watch and play with. And Tom, I really liked bandits dressed as skeletons.
Thanks, man.
That was a lot. That started off as something that was like quite sinister given the tone and kind of the vibe we're going for of like the dead being corrupted and raised back as usually as slaves to some powerful wizard or something like that. So like that heavy kind of stuff. And then it turns out, no, it's just a bunch of fucking chuckle fucks who put on bones and stole from people. But so I liked that we got kind of like both bits, where it's like a guy like getting chased by the fireball being like, "Youch!" Like all that shit was like really fun and funny. But also it's still like heinous what they were doing. So it was a very fun balance.
Thanks, man.
So it was like the combat didn't seem like superfluous or like unnecessary when we found out that they were like just dudes. It's like, no, they're still pretty shitty and we feel good about killing them. So we get that thing of like, oh, we get a laugh, but also let's keep fucking these guys up kind of thing. And I just really like that.
Oh, thanks, man. I gotta say, the moment where you called out the pissing skeleton as being ridiculous was just like it's always weird trying to run that line as a DM where you're like, oh no, it's just piss, and everyone's like, oh man, like what the fuck? How does that even work? And I'm like, just full on Donald Glover staring. I've obviously been watching a lot of Community, but like Donald Glover staring at LeVar Burton, just being like, yes, how indeed. Next in the initiative order. Because, yeah. So, anyway, thanks, man. Yeah, I was happy about those two.
I liked it a lot.
Cool. All right. I'll go. Tom, thematically, I love a village that's being preyed on by shitty superstition and kind of going like dark and just showing like, we've seen like high-end crap society in this world, and kind of like low-end crap society is really fun to have played with, which is like there's a witch, they killed the witch, they've got an entire tree for hanging people that they're based around, so it's not like they're great. And then finding out Agatha just like, we don't like witches because we think all evil things are going to lead to evil, and we have ideas, so we've just murdered a shitload of people. We have essentially like a bargain bin that we just fill with corpses of criminals. And then to go down there and find out that it's just people preying on that superstition at the same time, who are then also so heinous that they like murdered police officers. Like, fuck them, we can kill them, and it's still a comedy show. It's not like, oh no, now it's time for us to have a deep ethical discussion about these like the skeleton rebels. So I think it was just really, really nicely handled. I don't think I've ever seen a D&D thing where they tackle the prejudice you would definitely have in that D&D world, followed by someone faking it to be able to do shitty things to the shitty people. Like, it was just such a beautiful like double layer story element that was just man. Like, oh man, there's like real world illusions, and like Tom's thinking about it, and like it's got it's our dumb show where people dressed up as skeletons and you're like, I'm scary, and at the same time I'm like, this is a good cultural critique. I like where all this is going. This is
Thanks,
great.
buddy.
Laura, I like seeing where this character is going. It's really easy to get stuck in a character like that where you're like, oh, I'm going to beat this, like, I'm a princess who doesn't get it drum forever. Or I'm going to do a lightning fast turn that also doesn't make sense, which is like, now I'm for the people for the right reason. And I feel like you've been there's a really lame Family Guy where Peter meets a friend who likes hang gliding. So he jumps off a cliff and they talk about like threading the needle. It's like a little hole and like a giant outcropping that they try to go through, and like a guy explodes. But like, you could easily explode, but instead you threaded the needle, I think, on this arc.
Thanks.
Did you have any plans for how you were going to handle this? Did you know you were going to have a turn towards maybe I'll care about the good, or like self-doubt?
Yes, I think because I think Tom and I had kind of discussed like the direction that she should go, or would be interesting way to go. But I was very conscious about not having it too quickly, and I would say it's not like she's not fully there.
Of course not. No, I'm not.
Right? Like, I think it's gonna, like,
as I said, go too fast, you splat on the mountain as well. You're threading the needle.
And and I kind of also I mean, I just find it interesting. It's like, you don't just like go all the way it's not like a steady progression, right? Like I think I think it's fun to have like setbacks and like to get, certain, I think, situations will come up that might bring out kind of old patterns of thinking and stuff. And I kind of find it interesting to play with that.
One of the illusions we were talking about was like, if you're raised a Kardashian post, I guess, Robert Kardashian, but even then, like, like you're just, if that's the only influence you have, there's no fucking chance you're going to be anything but a Kardashian. Like, there's no one in that family you can point at and go like, oh, but they're the good ones. Like, no, they're just all monsters because that's the environment. And so when someone is just left to that, what happens and who are they? And yeah, Laura, you've been, to Ryan's point, like balancing that really, really, really nicely. And yeah.
Yeah, we also talked about like kind of like having like kind of like a strong moral foundation when you're young, but then like this, like you're swept up in like the nationalism of like an era or something, and like maybe stories you're told and stuff. And so like kind of what does that mean when as you grow up and kind of see things for what they are. Anyways,
cool.
Laura,
sorry, I don't want to give too much away.
I was a piece of shit and forgot to talk about all the stuff I liked about you.
Oh, that's okay. You didn't like anything this time, and that's
something
fine.
That I very specifically liked.
It was really subtle, and you didn't have to bring it. It's fine.
Look, he was frozen so often. He was just like,
yeah. That's what we'll blame
Anyways,
on.
Thanks, Ryan, for that.
I just want to, because there was something that I wanted to say, and for some reason I just thought I said it. I really, really like the way you're playing the hero of legend, in that as a princess, you are important for no reason. Because, royalty, or like Tom says, like a Kardashian, you're born and just luck of the draw, your family's important, so now you're important. And then the same way with like prophecies, it's like your actions happen to, or like what happened to you happen to sync up with what is supposed to happen, according to stories that people have been telling forever and ever and ever, picking up embellishments or being kind of like, again, you haven't done anything important, but all the time with all these kinds of stories, it's like, oh, well, no, yeah, I'm the legendary hero, so I'm infallible and great, and everything I do is awesome. And to see you do things like reach for your sword and go like, ah, like, while is really, really fun and funny, because you are like the legendary hero that the prophecies have foretold. But like that shouldn't make someone like infallible and unapproachable and flawless. So I really, really like that Gwendolyn is fallible and has flaws and things like that. And so I like the way that's manifesting in both in like what Ryan is talking about, where like it's a slower turn to like realizing like, oh, I have some responsibilities that I need to acknowledge, but also in the more like the heat of battle or in frenzies, like rather like more frenetic like moments, it's like it's still there where it's like, I don't know what to say, I'm not sure what to say, I'm just gonna go and my sword flies out and kills someone. I'm really, really liking a lot.
Thanks.
Okay, so Tyler, I think I hadn't talked about yet.
Yeah, sorry, I completely
you could just forget about him and then come back to it later, like Tyler.
Yeah, I'll just interrupt you, Tom, in a minute. Tyler, you're playing probably the most convincing religious character I've ever seen in D&D, and one of the most convincing like alt religious characters I've ever seen in fiction. The character is like comforting. Like listening to him, I'm like, oh yeah, I'd buy in. Like just talking to this guy for a while, I'm like, oh yeah, if you're afraid of death, I'm like actually the only character I know of that is like a fictional character. I'm like, oh, you'll probably feel better about dying. Listen to this super fucking dumb D&D show that I do. Give it 8 hours, and by the end you'll be like, well, this fictional turtle says that it's all about the cycle, and I'm more okay with my own death now. And like, it's extra funny knowing also that it's like it's it's a completely logical argument that requires you to be so zen that I don't know, like, a human who could get away with it. Like, if you played a guy who was okay with this, he'd just be a supervillain in, like, a bad comic book arc. And instead, because it's like a magical turtle, I'm like, this turtle gets it. This turtle gets it. And, like, he's going to win over people.
Yeah.
And it's a weird thing to say because you're playing the class really beautifully. The choices all make sense. Like, he's still violent in a way that makes sense. It's still kind of all laid out. But I'm like, man, that character would actually be on my list of, like, oh, this is a really interesting way for, like, I've seen a lot of stuff online about, like, how to play a cleric differently than people think of playing clerics. And I'm like, this might be my favorite kind of example of, like, a religious character that, like, hits a bunch of beats no one would expect and is still 110% conviction and, like, really fascinating. So, big fan.
Oh, thank you.
Also, the voice is dope.
I love it.
Yeah, all right, following up on that, I agree with Ryan.
And now we get to just cut.
The end.
So say we all.
So say we all.
So say we
But yeah, I love that. Yeah, Tyler, I don't know, man. You had a lot of really great little beats today. I love the... well, I mean, obviously we're playing with, like, 3 kind of, like, bananas, bonkers, wackadoodle classes. But using the spell to maintain her body is fascinating to me. A, it's a cool spell, but B, the fact that it's like, it says a lot about who Makka is, that he is doing something that he actually kind of actively disagrees with in terms of, like, this body needs to return, like, the energy in this body needs to go back into the rest of the cycle, otherwise it's a waste. That's what waste is. Death, it doesn't really matter, but, like, if this is removed from the cycle of things, that's a big problem. But recognizes where Gwendolyn is, what she's dealing with, and is like, okay, cool, well, I actually have the power to delay this. I don't think you should care about this. I don't think it's a very Ron Swanson moment. It's like, this is dumb. You shouldn't care about this. But I know it matters to you, so I'll do it. And it's also just a fucking spectacular hybrid of rules and RP. Because that is one of we do in Dum Dums and Dragons. We've had a lot of fun with thaumaturgy, which is theoretically a throwaway garbage
Thaumaturgical
cantrip that, yeah, exactly. but even just, like, tricks people have pulled with it to a point where now I'm like, no, thaumaturgy is a great fucking cantrip. It is useless mechanically, but it's super fun. And to my mind, this is one of those spells that could so easily become that. Like, oh, I preserve a body for a bit, and, like, yeah, it's easier to revive them. And it either becomes the party's death stopgap, where if the party's constantly dying, you just have magical priests who can just constantly bring people back. That becomes our, like, weird, like, living body bag, where it's like, oh shit, Laura's dead. All right, stuff her in the cooler. We'll, like, get to a priest and they'll do it. Or it's just a spell that no one uses. But man, that fucking moment was such a beautiful melding of the way you're playing the character's beliefs, but also who he is, and the point that he'd be like, I know this will ultimately become, like, I don't think you think there's any hope that she's going back in there. It'll just make her feel better.
Today, 10 days from today, 10 years from today,
that's
that body
exactly. Yeah. So anyway, that's a beautiful way of using an obscure spell in a fun way. And I would argue that that's just like a really exemplary version of a lot of the stuff you're doing. That was just, for me, like a real nice moment of like, fuck yeah. And the other side moment I want to just give a gold star to was, take these fucking hands. All right, let's go. There's something I think it's so fun having a character who's okay with death in a party, because it changes combat, it changes the way corpses are dealt with, it changes, like, it will prevent the game from becoming in any way a murder hobo campaign, because you can't be murder hobos if people are taking moments to revere the dead. Like, and yeah, just that beat of like, no, this isn't how you deal with a corpse at all. Like, you're just Gordon Ramsay being like, that's not how you do eggs. What do you, okay, get out of my fucking way. Like, let's get in there. Great, man. It's very, very fun. And I echo Ryan's statements. It's a very comforting way to view mortality. And Laura, the way you're playing the existential crisis is great. And this has been mentioned by other people, but like, again, we talked about this on the last one too, but it's so easy to go, oh, I guess I'm dead and now I'm just a blank. And I love that it's not that. It's being in the suit of armor is legitimately a ridiculous thing. That's kind of horrible and fascinating, but mostly horrible. And the fact that you stuck with the gag of burying your head is delightful. I love that shit. It's so weird and idiosyncratic. But it's also realistically what any of us, I think, would do. It's like, I found the one thing that works. So I'm just going to do that thing until I find a better version of it. But it's funny because I'd mentally written that off as a one-time gag for like early on while you're dealing with it. And there's something so beautifully real about just going like, this is my only coping mechanism. It's funny. Again, you had a bunch of killer moments today that other people have called out, but like, man, just there's callbacks and then there's callbacks because of course it is. Like of course that's the only thing she can think to do. And asking Makka to tell you a story is real fucking rad. And I mean, like we're not playing Gwendolyn as tremendously young, but young enough that this is a lot. All of this is a lot. And I think you're doing a really good job of leaning on comfort in a way that's both very honest, but also very reasonable. So you're not like, give me a comfort blanket, I'm scared. It's like, this comforts me. This is a kid thing to do, but goddamn it, I'm a fucking monster now. Can you please give me this modicum of comfort without it being like, you aren't infantilizing the character, but you are leaning very nicely on like her trying to find comfort while still dealing with the new, which is delightful. And your response to Agatha was great. I fucking hate prophecy characters. Like we talked about this earlier, but like no one wants like, I don't know, some magical bullshit told you you're the thing and now you're just the thing. So being like, but I shouldn't have this was great. And it was very fun to get to play that scene with you.
Thanks, man.
Yeah, I could just go on. I like this session a lot. Ryan, oh man. Yeah, the oath stuff was real good. We talked about this off air, but I panicked as Vin being like, because in my head I was like, oh yeah, all right, I know what his like legacy name is going to be. This is great. And then you're like, swear an oath. And me both as DM and character went, shit, I don't know what to do. And then made something up despite us having a conversation 2 days ago where I'm like, here's how oaths work. But it's because I'm a sucker for earnesty. Earnest moments always make me cry. It's just a condition I have. So the fact that it was a tremendously earnest moment, but I also love the fact that like ceremony never works. I've never seen a ceremony work. Someone always fucks it up in some minor way because if it's a ceremony worth doing, generally you get very few shots at it. So the fact that it did end up being kind of like a very sweet, awkward, earnest, two people, like one guy being like, all right, I'm going to give you this nice thing. The other guy being like, I think I fucked it up. Also, I pierced my nose. That's what we do, right? And you're like, sure.
Sure, talk less, but you're
Here's
doing great.
more.
It's like, imagine being knighted for the people who used to get brought in and they're like, okay, so you're going to go in, you're going to kneel, you shake your hand like this, and then this is going to happen with the sword. And you're like, fuck.
It's fucking graduation where they're like, all right, congratulations on your 4 years. Sorry about all the debt. Anyway, you're going to walk across the stage. Someone's going to give you the thing. You have to shake their hand. If someone else wants to shake your hand, they will. But if they don't shake a hand. Anyway, then you're going to get some photos. You give us that fucking robe back. And you're like, my parents are here? Like so that was lovely. And then for all three of you, the funeral for Hermes was just fucking beautiful. That was just such a lovely scene that all three of you kind of contributed to in beautifully like appropriate ways for your characters. But again, we like D&D tends to have a lot of disposable NPCs. And man, if there's ever been disposable NPCs in this world, it's 3 city guarding a tomb full of fake skeleton. But there was something really nice about that, and it thematically and tonally really syncs up with what I'm going for with this campaign. And thank you all for not only buying in, but bringing really nice character-appropriate beats to it. Because the other danger to that is just like, oh, this is a ritual, so we should all like press X to pay our respects. But instead, all of you brought the way your character would. Whether it was appropriate or not, whether it matched with tradition or custom or the scene or not, it was like, oh, fucking, this is, I think, how I would react to this. And it's funny because it would have been fine if it was just like the bodies lit on fire, we're done. But instead, each of you brought a new layer to it. It was a perfect yes and kind of stack, where each of you brought something a little bit personal to your character to it. So by the end of it, we actually had like one of those scenes in a Final Fantasy game where the camera has to pan away because they're like, oh, fuck, this actually just worked. Bye. Thank you for that. That's a really rare and kind of beautiful thing to get in a comedy RPG podcast show. So thank you for bringing your hearts to that. It's real nice.
It's interesting looking at this show and where we all came in with the characters in the world, because none of our all the characters have a lot of heart, and none of them come at their worldview sarcastically.
Yeah.
They can all be bitter and kind of shitty. That's a fact, but they're all like earnest, and it's fun to get to play with like three characters with very different worldviews and conflicts, but who all are pretty earnest in how they tackle
and
it.
I've talked to the three of you about this off air, but I think it's probably worth bringing up part and parcel with that is that, like, based on kind of the situation with everything right now, that was very much kind of the story that as a DM I wanted to help craft. And I love the choices that the three of you have made for kind of how to enter that and interact with it has been just chef's kiss. And what's funny is, in a longer form thing, like, all of this is present in Dum-Dums and Dragons, but it's elongated because we have a much longer time horizon in that show. And the arc has been kind of crafted as we go. Whereas in this, it's really nice to be able to start with that, and to get to wrestle with it is so fucking fun. As you know, I'm always super stressed about all this shit, but guys, I am so fucking excited to play again in a few hours.
Yay!
There we go.
Yeah,
the
me
name
too.
of the game. Alrighty, it is 1:30 in the morning. We should probably call this here, eh?
I suppose so.
Yeah, see you in 10 hours, everyone.
add a 1 to this time, and we'll play again then.
Literally, yes. All right.